On the last episode of D&D, a dynamic war was waged between Aaliyah and the druidic man known as Ansh, their guide through the Shawari Desert. Both with heroic reasons as to why they needed a fruit that fully matured only once in 100 years. Each pushing with all they had, casting spells in each other's directions, and transforming into beasts of the land, gnawing into each other with voracity. The cold wind blew, yet the heat of battle and the callous convictions of these heroes kept them from feeling the shock of the below-freezing temperatures and thinned air. When all was over, a hanging cloud lay in the air, a fruit taken, and a thin brush of electricity clambered to the ground. Aaliyah spared Ansh's life. However, the conditions of the mountain finally caught up with him. Shivering and barely conscious, he relayed his home and name to Aaliyah before a shivering breath of cold air reached the surface. Aaliyah hastily began working on the man, hands beginning to numb and air staying thin. The full heart of ambition kept her going. Unbeknownst to her, 30 minutes had elapsed as her compatriots reached the top of the mountain. They wandered up to Aaliyah, noticing that Ansh had died those 30 minutes ago. A thin layer of snow now covering his body, except for the places where Aaliyah was giving compressions. His eyes frozen open. No breath. In the distance, a barely visible shadow in the clouds, gandering an eye, before flurriedly fleeing. But not before burying the remains of the dead druid. A night of sorrow ensued, of missions renewed, ambitions crossed, only thanks to Aaliyah's friends and warm mansion homestead that settled her heart. Looking around, she knew that as long as she had friends by her side, that her mission seemed admirable. That Ansh's life was not wasted, that it was all sacred to her, and that this day would be one she would never forget. Proceeding en route through Minami Ashigara, the party was then taken by a small bit of smoke rising from the side of a distant mountain. They made their way through the side of the taiga, only to be ambushed by Bachanai Kotanami and a newly developed infantry unit, much resembling that of Kiyoshi. Being pushed into a corner, Mr. Colton, in juxtaposition to his counterpart, sacrificed himself by pulling Bachanai into his mansion, buying the party just a bit more time, and ultimately saving them from the rest of the infantry units. And I guess, in the end, Mr. Colton is where he belongs. He's home.
Take me home where I belong. I can't take it anymore.
And that is where we start. I hope you like the new map I put up, and we'll move on to a nice little ice mountain here. Of course, if people remember what happened last time, many of you, for the most part, down for the count or partially up, and it seemed that kind of flurried in the cold, some of you regaining consciousness now are rising from the ground, having seen Botch and I, and you see even like the infantry units around you frozen over. They are, saw a couple of them to your right there, just frosted. Oh no, not Poem 18. And yeah, with that, you kind of look around and dust yourselves off, many of you bloody or bruised. And I don't know if we leveled Aaliyah up last time. I think we said we'd
No.
wait. So with that, we'll wait. Like I said, we'll wait till you guys take a long rest, I suppose. But as you are all currently kind of getting up, dusting yourselves off, and the wind's blowing, and kind of feeling that immediate rawness of having lost another ally here. Well, what do you do? Look around, like I said, pieces of robots scattered about, footsteps kind of now being traced over by the flurry of blizzard, and yeah.
Are you guys okay? Maybe. You okay, Aaliyah?
Where do we go now?
That?
Do we wait here for him to come back, or?
I'm not sure if he'll be able to.
See his blep kind of scatters amongst the ground and kind of hooks onto your leg, Kiyoshi, kind of crawling up the side of you and finally kind of clicking back on your neck.
The robots, like, they looked like robots, right? They didn't look like Kiyoshi, or did they look exactly like what Kiyoshi looks like now?
They have like a stern resemblance to Kiyoshi. Like there's features about it that definitely are, like the face, for instance, is very like robotic. But even so, I mean, Shepard would almost instinctually realize that this is what this is. For you, I would say you're gonna have to make kind of like a it would be an investigation check.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of like looking up to one, the ice glossed one. Unfortunately, you do not see a resemblance to Kiyoshi.
All right. And they didn't like sound like Kyoshi. They sounded robotic voices.
A little bit. Again, there's a
Yeah.
little bit of that inkling of like Kiyoshi voice, but for the most part, it's robotic.
Okay.
And you, Kiyoshi?
You're muted. I was wondering why we couldn't hear you the entire time.
I'm okay. I'm gonna go get something warm to put on, and that would make sense why nobody was responding to me.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, Aaliyah. And
Nah, fuck you. Nah.
I'm gonna go over to where the camels are at and try to find together some of the bigger pieces.
The camel?
Well, like their coats, their coat stuff for the winter.
Oh.
That we got them.
Got you. Yeah.
You're gonna skin our camel? Or, no,
I mean,
you're taking
many-
their stuff.
Many of the camels are pretty burnt up, you know, like even the coats and everything's are pretty burnt on them.
Follow
Just
up.
make again an investigation check to see if you can find anything that's salvageable here.
So I want to look at mine. I think mine just got hit by a wind blast and murdered while I
Yours-
was sitting on it.
Yeah, yours would probably be, for the most part, okay. Yeah, and with that, you kind of look over to Shepard's old camel that went unnamed, and yeah, you find that most of the stuff on that one is it has a huge hole through its midsection, and the fabric is kind of flayed out a little, but for the most part, it's salvageable.
I'm gonna just start unhooking it and grabbing it off because I'm gonna freeze stuff otherwise.
Okay, you grab it off and wrap yourself in it like a poncho.
Is there anything at all where Mr. Colton had disappeared into, like on the wall? Kind of like where the door had appeared?
There's like no remnants of the door ever being there, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do think we're in a pretty bad situation right now, though. Hopefully we can find that Chiron you were looking for, but we do need a way back. That might take a while without camels.
Teleportation.
What time of day is it, and is the weather like fine at the moment?
It's cold. Probably around freezing temperature, and which you can tell is pretty much the constant around here as soon as you entered into the area. The winds right now, you're kind of sheltered a bit, so they're not terrible. And although they are, from what you can tell, picking up. Anything more would probably require a nature check.
Okay. It's just like if you look straight up, can you just see the like clear sky, or is it like cloudy kind of?
Subtly cloudy. Small bits of frost are speckling from the sky. It's not blizzarding, it's not snowing, but just the tiniest little bits of snowflakes are just falling ever so slightly.
And it's later in the day?
Yes, you would have
So it
slept
took
till
some
about
hours.
8 till 10, and then just made your way out, and yeah, it is.
Mm. Should we get hunkered down for the night here?
It's not quite that late yet.
Not that late. Well, I don't know where else we're gonna go, but
There's that smokestack in the distance you're following, or you did see
Oh.
the town of Sukumo, and there's also back where you came, or alternatively, a random direction you could flip for it.
I
it's up
thought
to
that
you.
the smoke was like where we are.
No.
Of that campfire.
No,
okay.
Ambushed on the
this-
way.
Yes.
So we're still heading out. Okay.
Well, I guess we should continue, but
How far does it look like we'd have to go still?
Sorry, I was drinking water. It looks like another couple hours travel at the most, probably around 3 to 4 in the upper range there. By then, it would be reaching nightfall. And like I said, it does look like the weather is bound to get worse at this point,
Yeah.
which means
it-
that finding shelter either now or finding shelter later when it's that worse, it's up to you.
Yeah. Does
I
it look like is
could
it
tr-
flat terrain with no trees and stuff the rest of the journey, or we can't tell that from where we are right now?
You've kind of gotten a survey of the landscape and looking around. It is you are kind of between the mountainside and the taiga, which means that you're essentially like on a large tree line that's occurring. Now there's a couple trees on the mountain, but they tend to really start essentially not grow when they hit the mountainside here. Just nature's way.
I could continue a little bit, but we're gonna be slow if I'm walking right now. Because
And we-
guess who
and
has
the
2 levels
weather.
of exhaustion?
That's going to slow you down quite a bit.
Between mine and then
weather's
Botch
picking
and
up.
I's.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we want to try to walk one more hour, unless we find good camping area.
Could, although I mean, we have some shelter and trees here that we could try to use for wood, so.
Let's I'm cool with just waiting here for the night. Waiting out the storm here.
Okay, are you looking around for like a nicer place, or are you just settling down there? Or
We
what's up?
should try and find a more sheltered area, I think.
A more sheltered area, further away from the massacre of camels that might draw something in, and trees, like wood and stuff for
Okay.
fire.
Although, do we
Sure.
want to try and break apart the sled a little bit, since we don't have anything to carry it anyways?
Well, all that was in it was like feed for the camels, right?
Feed, food, and water.
Could take
And
some
where's that
extra
going?
food.
Are you guys taking any of that, or what?
I don't think we're gonna carry around a bucket or like barrel, because that'd be
Maybe
kind of
the
heavy.
Feed, or not to feed the food for you all.
I guess we can just pack up as much food as we can carry.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of snow around. I don't think water is going to be a problem. We just have to.
Any number
Eat
of
it.
days in particular here, or the rations?
I'd like to grab another week myself.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially whatever I normally carry. What do I normally
Just say that you each grab about a week's worth of rations, except for Kiyoshi.
While they're doing that, I'm just gonna be gazing at this number 4.
What, number 4? Ah,
Robot
number 4.
number.
I see. Yeah, I mean, that's the one that was that died, but didn't. You guys tried to make it explode, like self-destruct, and you can see it's just kind of like huddled in a slightly mangled heap against that side of that kind of mountainous hill there. And you out of all people, see this stern resemblance. Like you look into it's now blank eyes. Once kind of these red circles with these black like inner parts kind of settle down against the side of the hillside, and you see some parts of it, like you're like, man, I wish Spigot hooked me up with some of that. But for the most part, yeah, you stare upon it. And are you doing anything?
If the hands or feet seem like they'd be interchangeable with mine, I would like to steal its hands and feet.
Sure. That's just going to take like essentially a mechanic check. I would say that since you have the stir, like these diagrams, with the help of the Spigot AI, who's just like, I see you're taking off hands and feet from another robot. Can I help with that?
I would actually love your help with this.
All right. And he shows you these detailed schematics. So with that, just make an intelligence check at advantage.
I'm gonna need the advantage.
You got the advantage.
I'm just imagining Kiyoshi ripping it off forcefully. Got it.
Pretty much. Yeah. It's not looking good for you, Kiyoshi. You look at the schematics.
There's more bodies.
And there are, but fuck you. Like I guess you could go to the other ones. Many of them are exploded. Some of them are still are enraptured in the
Ice.
frost. And I'll say that unfortunately, with this one that looks subpar, you had the greatest chance of getting something off of, and you kind of mangle the parts a little. Like you get essentially what's left off of the thing, which is a hand and a foot, a left hand and a right foot. But it seems you've fucked it up a little, and it's going to require a bit of repair if you're going to be using it in the future, if you want it functional, that is. Meanwhile, Shepard, Aaliyah, you guys are ready to go, getting up and ready, and you see as Kiyoshi just tears off an arm and a leg off this thing, hand and a up to about knee height, shin and foot. Kiyoshi.
Which one was it? It was right hand, left foot, right?
It was left hand, right foot.
The exact opposite.
Kiyoshi, be careful. Isn't that the one that like didn't explode? It might still explode on you.
I mean, the ones over there didn't explode either, but they're blocks of ice now, basically.
Cool down. Chill out.
Okay. I just want to look at them some more.
Yeah, and I mean, Aaliyah, instinctually, these things kind of turn you off. Like, you look at these
I don't
metal
like
structures, and you're not digging it.
Oh.
Maybe the wood part's a little, but
We need to put an end to these before they can build an army of them, if they haven't already.
Might give us some clues, some of the pieces to where they're holding Spigot, or have Spigot.
You know the person who made these?
Yes.
if you guys saw that, I almost ate shit.
I did not, unfortunately. I kind of wish I
Like-
had now.
So it looks, if you go back at the stream, you'll see me slide, like do a sick like slide, and then you'll see me jump, do a heel tap, and round the corner. And it wasn't me trying to be styling. It's me literally almost eating shit.
By the way, the new
So-
place looks nice.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll give you guys a little bit of the tour here. So I did voice work today, so I hung that curtain up and I got my nice setup going on. My Mystery Skulls poster. Got my entire wall place going on. I've got me. Hi.
Hi.
And yeah, I don't know. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I got it dirt cheap, so also nice. But so yes, so you guys kind of talking a little, and Yoshi, you tore the arm and leg off this thing, and what's going on? I guess what's happening?
We should probably look around for a place to take shelter.
Right. Anything else from the rest of you?
I'm just trying to like stay as wrapped up in this blanket thing as possible, and then like standing as close as possible to Shepard without Shepard being like, "Get the fuck away from me."
Okay. And so is that all you have on right now, Kiyoshi? Is the that camel poncho?
No, he has the winter wear, or he has the outfit he got from Camille
Mhm.
and the like desert wear fit too.
You have a
That's
lot
all the
of
clothes he has.
you have a
Okay.
lot of layers, but you don't really produce your own heat as much, I suppose. At least people produce their own heat.
He's got a small engine running through him.
A little bit.
But all right, so as you guys are trekking away a little, perhaps an hour's travel of just kind of stepping away from the camels and the carnage. It's pretty slow walking. I mean, Shepard has to kind of kneel or like crouch on one of you as you walk, and it seems like he's limping a little. Legs are shaky a bit, and it seems like that frost has really kind of bit you. I mean, even your hands and feet are kind of like numb. They're very, very numb. And so, as you're venturing here, you all settle down. Make a stealth, or not stealth. Make a survival check, everyone, to see if you can find a nice place to settle down. All right. You,
The druid has the lowest survival, which is funny to me.
I laughed a little at that. Yeah. You stare around for a little while. Oh, Leah, you're like, we should go in there, and it just looks like a cave that a bear would sleep in.
We can
And
take
then
it.
a bear comes out for a second and then goes back in, and you're like, everyone's like, ugh. So you trek on a little bit further. Shepard, you find a nice kind of open range. Essentially these open trees are nice, and they should provide a lot of wind cover for you. It's a little bit further into the woods themselves, into the taiga, but as you kind of are looking around, there's a lot of scattered branches, good for firewood. Kiyoshi, you also are kind of aiding and start picking up firewood. Seems like a great place to rest, though.
Yeah, in that case, I'll start gathering things up to make a fire.
Okay.
Snow is there.
What's up?
Much snow is there.
The whole land is covered in this pervasive frost that develops on most things. The area you're in, I mean, there's probably you're trekking through about, I'd say about 1/2 to 3/4 foot of snow. That has kind of been flattened or iced over time, kind of like melted and then makes a new layer of ground. And yeah, that is the current environment. So you're definitely welcome to dig a couple spots if you're looking to kind of burrow, or yeah, I mean, and there is like these thick chunks of ice as well that are inlaid into the ground below you. Like you can dig a little, but you'll hit ice essentially. So Shepard, you gathering sticks. I mean, just gathering what you can. It's kind of hard for you. Aaliyah, what are you doing?
I'll go up to Shepard and be, maybe you want to rest. I can do that for you. I can look for the sticks and you can just rest.
If I can start a fire if you want to gather more. Yeah.
Okay. It's like lead him back, like help you hobble back to where we're setting
Shepard's
up.
looking pretty exhausted after the fight.
I mean, by now, like you're definitely noticing there's a little bit of black kind of forming on your fingertips here, Shepard. And you, if you're not like it's healable right now, like it's not detrimental, but you definitely have to hunker down somewhere. The work needs to cease for you, and you need to warm up. Kiyoshi, what are you doing?
I'm gonna start like first setting up some like snow, like kind of trying to make like wind walls or whatever, just kind of like keep the warmth of our fire closer to it, and then kind of like
Just make
kind of give us a place to lay, but not necessarily like
just make another survival check for me.
And if Aaliyah's away, I will use my like shovel hands.
So Aaliyah's like coming back and then running off and then coming back. So if you want, you could like shovel hand, shovel hand, shovel hand. Your choice.
I'll just kind of like have one shovel hand where it's just kind of like I'm leaning one way, so I'm like digging down, so it's not really noticeable because I'll be like supporting myself.
Then I'm gonna have to have you make essentially a stealth check with that as well. I guess sleight of hand. No, wait, it's too late. It's already stealth. I mean, you're kind of like shuffling away. Aaliyah, as you're coming back and forth into the area, there is like a couple times, I would say like one distinct time where you don't notice her coming back. And Aaliyah, you're able to kind of like spot a shovel in place of Kiyoshi's hand. Like essentially like there's this hand
like
part to him and there's a literal shovel coming out of it. And I mean, you kind of let out like a gasp. Kiyoshi, you look back and you just kind of like, you're like, huh, and you just kind of flick it shut and you're like, you just start digging with your regular hand again.
What's passive perception?
Oh, your passive perception
what I was
easily
basing it
beats
off of.
that.
Yeah, I was like, it used to be a 20, so I think I might have seen something.
Yes. Your passive perception's pretty high, which is why that it did not beat that 11, unfortunately. So, what do you do, Aaliyah?
Where'd you get the shovel? That's really helpful. That's good. I'm glad you had that. I don't know why you carried a shovel around with you, but I mean,
it's
each
useful
their
for
own.
survival. Useful for survival.
Good. It's like it sticks out of your arm, doesn't it?
Yes.
Like, did they scrunch
Mhm.
their arm up? Is their arm scrunched up in their sleeve, trying to stay out of the heat? They're out of the cold. just to hold the
almost-
shovel.
It almost kind of looked like, you know, when you're young and you want to be like Wolverine, so you tuck things into your sleeves, and you're like, I'm
Yeah.
Wolverine. It kind of looked like that essentially, but it was sticking through his skin, which is something you're pretty, yeah.
That's, uh-huh. I'll just take my bundle of sticks over and sit down like next to Shepard with them and like lean over and be like, have I seen that? I know you have a metal arm. Metal arm. Does Kiyoshi have a metal arm too? But they chose to have it be like a shovel.
I know mine can't turn into a shovel. You could ask Kiyoshi about it. I bring those sticks here quick though.
I'll
And,
give you the
yeah, I
sticks.
would definitely be having a like small fire and slowly trying to grow it.
Again, just make a survival check with advantage.
To start it,
Pretty much. You're in a harrowing environment.
can I still
You're not necessarily. You don't have any flint or steel or
can I
anything.
still cast a spell?
Certainly. There you go.
Hey.
Whatever.
The spell that Alyssa doesn't have.
Yeah, I don't got that.
Yeah. Instant success as you just start this small campfire, and this you see as it flickers to life a little as the nature energy around you coalesces and almost creates this like pigment spark that you use to light this small campfire, like you said, or like I said.
Gonna have to grow it slowly, but yeah. Start by, sitting close and warming up my hands, basically. Kind of
Yeah,
carefully.
and
I don't
over
want to burn
time
them,
it's-
but
I mean, it's really helping. You are even kind of like laying what fabric that you have kind of next to the fire and using that almost as like an oven mitt per se to warm your hand up. And yeah, it's definitely helping a lot. Your cold hand, your stump is definitely aching. Like you've got ghost hand syndrome up the wazoo. Meanwhile, yeah, Aaliyah and Kiyoshi, I don't know, Aaliyah, did you walk over to Kiyoshi or are you going to?
If I have collected enough wood and we're settling down, I'll talk to
Yes.
Kiyoshi when we start settling down.
Yeah, you kind of all, he's made a wind wall essentially and kind of a bunker for you guys to sleep for the night. It's shoddy, but he tried his best. As you now settle down, see Kiyoshi, you kind of sit down and you can, if you don't really get exhausted per se, like you can get exhausted, but you just, you feel like your robotic body is telling you just to simmer down for a moment. Like you don't want to break. Like it's essentially flashing you warnings. Like stop moving, or you might. This cold weather and this friction might end up stressing one of your servos, and you're like, oh, I better sit down. So, with that, Aaliyah, you walk over.
There's nothing to be like ashamed of about like missing an arm and needing something else. You could tell me if there's like any. You don't have to hide anything. Is what I'm saying about like your body or anything. If that's what you were concerned about, like Shepard has an automated arm, and well, I mean, I personally wouldn't have gone for the metal. It's nothing to be ashamed about. I hope you weren't worried I would judge that disability.
Disability.
Miss an arm, that's not great.
I'm sure you can understand my choice of bronze given who I am.
I'm not ashamed of it. My life's easier if I don't pronounce it. Does that make sense?
I just feel like you keep turning around and like fiddling with your back turned to me sometimes, and I sometimes I feel like I see something, and I'm just worried that you are concerned that I'm going to judge you or something, and I just wanted to make sure that that I'm not like, it's fine that you have a shovel hand. That's I mean, it's not the most normal thing, but it's clearly very useful.
Kiyoshi has their secrets, but they're still have our backs.
It'll all make sense in time. We have more pressing matters.
It's like it's so vague and like not reassuring.
Yeah, okay. That's very awkward. That's so awkward.
I don't know how you're supposed to respond to that. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean,
I also didn't know how to respond to, if you're embarrassed, don't be ashamed. Like the way she was, like he saw the way she looked at the robot. Like they look probably like him. So yeah. He has not a lot of confidence.
no, Leah's probably a bit of a bigot when it comes to that, isn't she? Well, I'm just twiddling her thumbs.
Just make sure Shepard's okay. He seemed pretty worse for wear.
Okay. Go back to Shepard, I guess, and sit down. I don't think Kiyoshi wanted to talk to me about that.
I'd love to say I'm surprised, but that sounds like Kiyoshi, honestly. Between whatever Botch and I did and, well, growing wings myself, I mean, that was rather tiring.
Oh geez, there's only 3 of us. How are we splitting up this watch? You should get to sleep first.
Are we close enough that I heard her ask the question?
Yeah, you guys are huddled close
like around a
enough
fire.
together.
I've been essentially dismissed back and forth across the fire. Essentially.
I'm imagining Alyssa just like, and then leans over,
else.
and that switches conversation again.
But it is a small campfire, so...
But watches, you don't need to worry about that. I can cover the ones that you can't cover.
Are you sure? I mean, we all took a bit of a
morning,
beating.
I mean.
I'm sure. In fact, I'd cover it regardless.
You know elves don't really sleep, right, Aaliyah?
Yeah. Are we sure we're all okay? I want everyone to get good sleep. The mothering instincts are coming in. We've lost another person. The mothering instincts are kicking up.
And then I'm cold. I'm fine.
Okay. Then I guess Shepard, you should go to sleep. You can wake up the last. And I'll take first watch. Kiyoshi, you can get some sleep too.
As you all kind of hurry off to bed for the night, grab what bedrolls you can, hunker yourself down in them, and try to stay warm. Hooking up, not having any insight to have any tents with you or anything, apparently. Doing what you can. You, Shepard, you pretty much fall asleep fairly quickly next to the fire. Aaliyah, you keep the fire stoked as best you can, and Kiyoshi,
Yeah,
you also kind of settle down. Yeah.
No, I pace during my watch. I kind of like pace and then go over and like brush snow off of people. I'm just like really.
Okay, yeah. The snow's kind of lightened up a little here, and you do try to. I mean, some of you might try to make like a rudimentary cover stuck into a wall that Kiyoshi had made. So it's not terrible. And are you doing anything during your watch, Alyssa?
No, just the like kind of nervous, keep yourself warm kind of pacing, and then like keep checking up on them. Make sure, like reach out sometimes and touch. Make sure they're warm enough that they're not getting too cold or shivering or anything.
Okay. Yeah.
Preferably they do shiver. That's a good sign. Not shivering's a bad sign.
Kiyoshi is not shivering at all.
Cold as a dead body, I bet.
I mean, you like look over him for a second and just make a investigation check as you kind of look over Kiyoshi's body.
Kiyoshi.
He's not breathing.
I shove Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi.
Yes, you're awoken from your
Kiyoshi.
sleep cycle. He's cold. He's stone cold.
You're too cold. Oh, you were very cold. I thought, and it didn't look like you were breathing. Do you need more blankets?
I'm fine. In my meditative state, and to take very few breaths, so it might have looked like I wasn't breathing. And I'm fine. I'd rather you all stay warm. I can handle a little bit of cold.
Okay.
The firewood looking okay? Otherwise, I can grab someone. It's my turn.
It's good for now. Don't worry about it until your turn. It's fine.
Okay. I'll see you at the switch then, Aaliyah. Unless you have any other questions.
No, that's all. We're good. So I gotta stare at Kiyoshi while he's going to sleep. Check
like
for
a
breathing again.
myself back again.
Curls up in the covers, and yeah. Alyssa, make a perception check. Okay, yeah, you keep good watch. Mama Bear instinct has now kicked on. Looking around, there seems to be a silent night. And you hear the brushing of small animals around you. But otherwise, just kind of peaceful. And it's only once you've taken your breath and you've settled down that Mama Bear instincts seem to kind of kick off. And you're finally able to wake up. Kiyoshi, was it, for the next wash?
Yeah.
I have a question about that. So, like,
Yes.
will I know the passage of time to wake Shepard up, or can I split like that? I'm awake for an hour, sleep for 2 more hours, and then awake for an hour to wake Shepard up.
You could set an alarm.
Okay.
You'll be fine. Although in the future, you might want to take the tail end of the watches. That way you don't have to worry about waking up and then going to bed and then waking up, you know?
I would have preferred that, but I wasn't given the option.
Otherwise, you get up and move around. Alyssa, Aaliyah, you settle down, and it is now that your mama bear instincts kind of kick off, and you're able to slowly fall asleep as you come into the shocking realization that you've once more lost another one of your party members. And maybe this is the first, actually, for you.
Well, one
Or-
abandoned us.
Yep.
And then this one also didn't technically die, but it wasn't abandoning.
It was a
so
sacrifice.
He
Yeah.
politely abandoned you. And with that, Kiyoshi, just make a perception check during this watch. Staring out. Nothing much happens, and go to bed for 2 hours and look around as best you can in your sentinel mode, and not much. Wake up for the extra hour, look around. Just the same old snow covered the area.
Fire
There's-
girl still okay?
There's like that 2 hour rest period where you kind of let it lie for a little while. You stoke it well, and then you go to bed. And by the end of those 2 hours, like it's kind of dying out, but you are able to quickly stoke it again to keep it running. And that wind wall that you made actually really helps the fire not flurry out. So with that, as you wake up and look around, again, just, yeah, there's not much. It seems to be a silent night for the most part. And as you wake Shepard up and settle down yourself, there's also, well, it's something you were thinking about during your rest, but also just, again, yeah, for you, this has got to be like the fourth or fifth party member you've lost in your venture, as well as
East.
the fact that your image, and more so, maybe even your personality, is being copied. Once more, reiterating the fact that you are not the real Kiyoshi. And maybe that thought lingers on you as you wake Shepard.
Shepard.
Anything happen?
Shepard. No, besides Aaliyah woke me up because she thought I was dead because I wasn't breathing.
Ah,
Yeah. Other than that, we're all good.
good.
I'm a little less tired. You looked pretty out of it.
A bit. I mean, I'm still kind of exhausted, but better.
Good. I'm just gonna try to warm up again. It's kind of cold out. Good luck.
I probably won't be leaving the fire too much, but keep an eye out.
With that, just make a perception check, Shepard. Are you doing anything on your watch?
No.
Ah, yes. Disadvantage.
Yep, on every skill check.
You are feeling a little better. The kind of subtle frostbite on your fingertips has ceased, and you know, even warming up your stump has kind of been beneficial for you as you seem to hanker down and are ready to at least have warmed up. Like that supernatural chill that is overtaking you seems to have ceased. And watch out, looking around, eyes glazing in this night sky as the sun peaks the horizon. And you two think, it's hard not to. It's been little expressed that Mr. Colton and Dr. Colton are gone. And think for a moment on that and the future, what you'll meet and how you're going to do this with one less party member. Never stopped you before, I suppose. Daylight comes. You wake up Aaliyah and Kiyoshi and get ready for a brand new day.
You guys sleep okay?
Sure.
You know what I mean.
Do.
All right. Well, you all wake up and get your things together. Having no camels is definitely a detriment, though the camel speed was also affected in this kind of environment anyways. They weren't necessarily made for winter climates, although subtly built for them but not really. Storing water inside your humps is probably not a good thing for extreme cold environments.
I mean, it has a fairly high thermal capacity. It'd probably absorb a lot of cold. Take a while to cool down, that is.
That's true, yeah. And with the body heat, residual body heat warming up, I suppose it wouldn't freeze very often. So, you all keep on moving. Get your stuff, and where to, I suppose.
Do you have
we should head to where we saw that fire.
Do you have a bit of room in the bag of holding for wood, just in case? Take a little extra.
Let me look.
Gonna be pretty heavy. Wood's
Taken
pretty fucking heavy.
Out. I mean, I don't want enough for like a full night's fire. I want enough to like get a fire going.
Okay, yeah, you could definitely like stockpile a little bit of wood here and wrap it. Just with residual branches on the ground, you kind of chop or cut up and stack on each other. Just smaller branches. They're not logs per se, but they're just these branches about maybe maximum about that thick. That kind of taper off a little bit. About that long that you chop them into. You grab about 4 of them. Each of you are welcome to grab 4 if you would like.
Okay.
As
12
you
little
keep
logs.
Well, 4 for each of you. So if you would like.
What?
What the fuck?
Back.
What did I do?
You just
punched and stabbed.
The logs.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm trying to adjust the bag of holding right now. I don't know how I accidentally punched and stabbed.
You might have typed in numbers for your
I
macros.
don't know.
And at the dawn of a new day, Alyssa, you have leveled up to level 12. So we will very quickly do your level up here. If we actually go to your features, go to Druid, and go to level 12 there, you'll be able to level yourself up manually. And you'll also be able to roll your hit dice on that page. So I think you'll have to roll that die and then...
Nope, that's everything.
That's not how that works.
That is the entirety of a druid.
Holy shit. When you went to level 12, did it not ask you to roll?
Nah, it didn't give me anything.
Really?
Click.
Get an ability score improvement.
Yeah, that's what I get.
Was your health always 80 then?
Yeah, my health was already 80.
Okay, and what's your hit dice? Is it a D?
It's
8.
a D8.
Roll a
plus the
D8 and add your
Constitution.
con.
Yeah. Heh.
There you go. 6 HP.
I could not remember whether you were 11 or 12 already. Good to know.
Yeah. And then I just manually change the attributes, whichever one
Yes,
I'm
if
putting
you could take
points into.
you could take +2 in one stat, a +1 in two stats, or you can take a feat if you would like.
Yep.
It's your choice.
I've not taken a feat before. I might do that.
Okay, you'll have to look into feats then. Which is you'll have to just kind of do that in the meantime. If you ever decide on one, let me know.
Well, I was just thinking maybe the Warcaster thing. Just because I always get knocked out of my Constitution spells.
Okay, you could definitely take
So I'll
Warcaster
just look
if you
at
would
that.
like.
So
There's another really cool part
Yeah.
about Warcaster as well.
That
yeah, I'm
too.
just gonna look at that. That might be what I do. But
Okay.
we can. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just
I'm
keep
just gonna
going.
read
Then. Yeah. So, got Warcaster, a newly branded Aaliyah up and running, and Kiyoshi, Shepard, you lose the level of exhaustion.
Yep. Only one now.
Yes. As you get up, I need a volunteer, preferably Brayden or Emily.
Sure.
Okay. Heads 1 or 2.
2.
Roll a D2. Okay. And then roll a D4 for me. You all get up, gather your things, and get ready for the day. Making haste of your current environment, you kind of do what you can and bury what is left of the embers in snow, kind of putting out the fire of the area. And as you get up and move on, is anyone doing anything in the morning here before moving out?
Rewrapping myself better.
Okay.
And all the stuff.
I don't know what's better.
Like, if I have a belt on it, on any of my outfits, I'm gonna take the belt and kind of like put it over the
You
everything
definitely
and try
have
to
a
like
belt.
cinch it together. Yeah, I want to cinch it all together. Oh, I do have a belt.
Yes.
I'm gonna take the fancy belt and cinch it over everything.
Okay, yeah, you kind of tie it tight, and hopefully that'll keep it shut for the most part. I mean, a lot of the garments you're wearing are wrapped based and kind of keep tight on their own. The desert equipment, at least, is. And a lot of your fancy equipment is going to be rather nicely buttoned, and so you're able to tie it as tight as you can and cinch it.
I think it's for the camel cloak.
Gotcha. Shepard, are you doing?
Probably not. Just kind of getting up, packing up, getting ready for a cold day, essentially.
Okay.
So let's be real, clothes or no clothes. Well, obviously it would be a lot worse without clothes, but still going to be a cold day.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, what was really harrowing to you last night was that slash that happened against you. But with that, you get up and you begin to move on. You spend the day kind of the next couple hours here, still trekking through the area. Shepard, you are still a little tired, and it is a little difficult. This area, the snow is, like I said, it's high enough for you guys to kind of trip on, and there's no path forged for you, which means you're doing a lot of essentially trekking through this winter environment that you are not suited for. You
Yeah.
didn't get any specific kind of equipment to deal with winter trailing.
We weren't planning on being on foot.
Right, that's true. You trek on. Just make perception checks, everyone.
Okay.
I like the new dice break.
You know what's funny is I didn't actually change anything.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. They're not as bright as they were, which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Anyways, so you keep her moving here. Kind of looking about, mostly Aaliyah here. You scale around, seeing still kind of these woodland critters around the area. I think it's Alyssa, you see a small herd of dogs, wild wolves in the far distance. As you kind of are on the side of this mountain, you can see in this clearing just trailing dogs going not in your direction. The snow and the wind has lightened up for a decent amount of time, and the side of the mountain does allow you to get a little bit of a trail going yourselves. It's harder for you guys to find that
Mhm.
that cave without the smoke that was rising. However, Aaliyah, you are able to still kind of spot it in the distance, and using your relative position to where you were. You try to get a good visage on it, as you make a decent route trailing along the mountainside. The snow slightly falling, and from what you can tell, it's very light, very powdery in certain areas, and as you get to the bottom of the mountain, it seems to have iced up a bit. Within about 5 hours of your travel, you manage to reach the mountainside, and that's you had gauged less, but that was due to the fact that you had not really thought about your conditions that you were in, as well as Shepard kind of having a little bit of that exhaustion to him still. Both being factors that played out in taking a longer venture. So.
Did you guys do much traveling in this sort of weather before?
Oh, the
No.
Feywild's warm.
You know, I'm not sure what's worse, the desert or this.
Definitely this.
At least in the desert, we can make our own water, right?
You don't have to here. There's water everywhere.
Well, yeah, but you know, it's easier to cool down, I'd say, with water, and if you have to not move much, you can not move much, but that's not going to save you from freezing to death.
How big were those dogs? Can you ride a dog?
Make a. I would say we'll just use your perception. So when you looked at those dogs in the distance, they were not regular sized dogs. These were not regular sized wolves. So wolves are huge. If you've ever seen a wolf, they are massive.
Like the size of a person.
These like dire wolves.
These are dire winter wolves.
Just thinking about it.
They are on all fours. They
People-
stand about 10 feet high.
How many people can ride one of those? You guys want to try to ride a wolf?
Well, they are in a
I'd not.
they are in a pack, so.
But can I be one?
Well, you've seen it, and
Yes. I don't know
let's
what the
take a
CP
look
is.
here.
So.
I'm the CP. What the
Yeah, I
fuck
don't
is the CP?
I know.
It's
Oh, I'm
CR?
CR.
I think the other concern is, are they beasts?
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. So
I feel like they'd be
a
in the
dire wolf is a CR1 creature.
Yeah, that's not that big.
A winter wolf, which is the one that you saw, is a CR3 creature, and for whatever
Oh.
reason, it's considered a monstrosity.
Weird?
It looks like a wolf.
So unfortunately, you cannot
Damn.
become a winter wolf. You can become a dire wolf if you would like, but the dire wolves are not. They are bigger, but they only stand about maybe 6 feet tall. They are not as big as winter wolves.
Would they
Still
be
like the size of a
good
horse.
in this condition, though? They
Yes.
are a wolf, and maybe Shepard could ride it, and then we could go faster.
You certainly could try.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving definites.
No,
So,
she's
say what
thinking
about
it through.
Kyoshi? Is Kyoshi riding it too?
Kyoshi can move.
Kyoshi
fast.
could try. Yeah, Kyoshi runs good. So.
Kyoshi run good.
If it was difficult terrain, I could outpace you without dashing.
It is difficult terrain.
I'm not affected.
Are you not affected by this difficult terrain?
I'm not affected by non-magical difficult terrain.
Then you're not affected by this.
Wait, so then you've just been hobbling around for nothing? Come on, pick
I
up
was
the
exhausted
pace.
yesterday.
He was exhausted.
Fairly exhausted, actually. Just doesn't affect my speed now.
You're like, you fucking bitch, as he like lost both legs in the war, and you're like, you should be unaffected by this, you piece of shit. Anyways,
Hobble
so
faster, Shepard.
hobble faster, you no-legged son of a bitch.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I think we're okay then.
Gotcha. Okay. So, with that, as you are thinking about what you're doing and moving along, let's see here.
I
Yes.
don't want to walk towards those wolves though. I want to. I hope they're not in the direction we're going for. I don't want to run into those.
They were moving slightly askew to the direction that you're moving in. So, you can tell they're not heading directly for you. So with that, as you are just moving and eventually, like I said, the 5 hours elapse, you look around and safe travels for the most part. You find yourselves, mostly on a spiritual level, you find yourself.
Sadly,
begging
mountains.
God.
Sadly, mountains aren't one of my favorite terrains, because otherwise all of us can move without being affected by it.
Shit sucks, bro. Anyways, you end up in this little place. You end up outside of the cave that you are currently kind of residing by. As you approach, you do notice like there is kind of a smaller fire out front that is since burnt out. There is a large cauldron above the fire. There also seems to be a number of large pelts. One of them distinctly is a winter wolf pelt that almost covers the entirety of the entrance to this cave, which is a number of feet long. And you can there's like even a distinct smell of essentially like piss covering the area. that you guys kind of, it's not very apparent, but it is just like, it's subtle as you get closer to it. As you keep moving on, you see a small garden that is composed of many winter vegetation. You see kind of a small mural, you could say, along the wall. Not very good. It's not intricate. It's not carved. It's just a symbol of this very, very ancient Sylvan language. It seems to be derivative of the Sylvan language. It's not exactly Sylvan, but it is kind of like this. It resembles it. So, Aaliyah, as you kind of approach, you recognize a little bit of it, but it's you can't translate it exactly. From what you can tell, if you would like, you can try to read it, but
I
fucking
guess I would
kudos.
try to read a little.
I can't get him back to normal. We go. Thank you.
Alright.
I just like touched my thing and
I
it
just
dropped
wanna-
again, and I was like, no. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess I'd try to read it a little bit.
Okay.
But this is we've entered the cave. We went past the pelt. We're in the cave.
You're kind of at the entrance right now. I fast forward you guys to inside because that's all I have for you. It's all I have. But
Yeah, I'd try to read it.
okay. Kind of with that, I'd say just it's a hard language. It's your hard. Just make an intelligence check for me.
We should be careful in case they're
Check.
not
Okay.
friendly.
Get a good eye on it. It's a homestead of some kind. It kind of is a painting of like this crested fox, from what you can tell, very shoddily painted in this ink, and on the top of it you can kind of read like homestead is a pretty big word on there, as well as let's see. From what you can tell, there is this pieced apart, almost like hyphenated portion of it that says "se" and "kai," and you are unfamiliar with what that means.
Mm-hmm.
And in front of you, of course, is that as you touch, like if you want to touch the winter wolf pelt, it's very coarse. It also smells old.
As much as you can smell in this weather, that is.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're definitely trespassing now. Is there a reason for that? We want to talk to this person or people?
Well, maybe. I mean, I can't exactly say I know where everybody is out here, but be ready, I suppose, in case they're not friendly. But shall I say
Should
hello?
we?
Yeah.
Just kind of like go to the edge of the pelt and hello.
You hear the pelt itself kind of really blocks your
I was
vocalization.
going to the edge of it and like kind of peeking in.
Then you definitely peek in. It's fairly, actually, it's completely dark in there except for the illumination from the front of the cave. You, as you say hello, it seems to reverberate throughout the cavern itself. There is no answer.
Okay. Well, suppose.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
All right. You walk in. Kiyoshi taking the lead here. Shepherd, Leah, where are you? Are you just behind?
Yeah, well, I would
Yeah,
have been
just
over
right behind.
to the side.
Okay. Truck in. The smell seems to rile down a little, and it is a lot warmer in here, noticeably. The coat itself seems to deflect a lot, and from what you can tell, there seems to be kind of like this. There is a crackling of a fire as you walk in. As you do walk in, Kiyoshi, since you are leading, make a perception check for me. All right. You kind of you hear a slight kind of like a snoozing of something.
I'm just gonna like hold up my, be like creep forward some more in the direction that I hear the snoozing.
Okay. It's kind of around that bend to your left. As you are walking in, and it's not as empty as it is portrayed. There is kind of like small shelves that have been put up. You can notice there is a number of essentially like woven together blankets, garments, all homemade things, by the way. Very patchy in some areas. Again, once more, from what you can tell, kind of shoddily made. Maybe some of them, as they kind of go up, progress up, they seem to get nicer and nicer, though. As you look around, you see a stove that seems to be actually boiling water right now. It is this iron-made wood stove that is kind of connected to the ground, and from what you can tell, you can see a pipe that shoots through the ceiling. There, next to it, you see a very, very large hay bed. And then next to that, you notice kind of like a smaller made bed. So just to kind of draw it out for you here, there's that stove. What the fuck? And that bed. It's like connected. It's so weird. Let's try this maybe. There's that other bed right here. And again, those shelves that kind of line the walls. I'm understanding what's happening here. I was very confused at first, but now I am not confused anymore. There we go. With those clothes on them. And as you are looking along to the left here, you see the creature of the noise's origin. And then to the right, obviously, as you're gazing into the area, you do notice that there is a kind of like a bit of water to your right. That is that lake kind of area, just a small puddle pond that seems to coalesce from the ceiling and kind of drip down. As you look, you see, no God. Don't worry about that. You see the giant wolf rolling it. No.
That really would be a giant wolf.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. Give me a second. It doesn't seem to want to like me very much. Why don't you like me, game? And why are you being such a little fucking... Why are you doing this, game? Why don't you like me, game? All right, I'm okay. You essentially see a very small... now, this is like dog-sized. but it seems to be a baby winter wolf in front of you. Kind of a youngling, maybe but a 6 months old at this point, and it seems to be growing. Rawr. Oh, I know why it doesn't like me. There we go. And it's snoozing on the bed. As you get closer, it seems to kind of like get up, look at you, and kind of almost like stands at attention as you approach it. It lets out a mighty yip. Just yip, yip, just very loud, echoes through the entire cavern. Shepard, Aaliyah, you guys both kind of hear this resound through the cavern. What do you do?
Oh, whoop.
Kind of letting out a little growl.
I'm gonna just put my hands up and not move and just stand completely still.
It just keeps yipping and growling, I suppose.
You might want to back away a bit, Kiyoshi.
Slowly, I'll start. Slow.
Okay. As you slowly make your way away, it seems to still kind of just hold its ground, its tail kind of up in the air, as much as a young adolescent, not adolescent, but very, very young dog can do. It is very, and it's a large, I mean, it's not large as in capacity, but it is just a medium-sized dog, I suppose. It does stand its ground in front of you, and its fangs are growing in quite mightily. Like, if it would bite you, it would prove to be a mighty chomp.
Anybody there?
Yip, 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 yip.
Well, I
Just the yipping and yelping of the dog.
get the feeling there's most likely an owner nearby. Said the stove is still going.
Yes, the stove is still kind of rumbling. It is, like I said, about right here, and resounds across the room. As you look around, again, just kind of look around further into the room. Like I said, it's pretty dark. There is a number of things. It's very a minimalistic homestead in front of you, but you can see like essentially a woven carpet with rose on it. Now, as it gets further and further from that left end to the right end, you can tell that the right end it's in progress. It's yet to be worked. As you get farther along the carpet, you can tell it's getting older and older and older and older. Like this carpet has been probably years in the making.
Huh.
Kind of in rows, essentially. And you look at that, and you notice there is a number of small journals, leather-bound journals made of rice paper, in the corner. There is, as you investigate a little further, there is like a small chair as well as kind of like a dugout trap door. In the far end of the room, there is a number of buckets in this end. Alyssa is like sawing her mouth open. That's what I'm hearing right now. It's like,
sorry.
What are
I was
the
flipping through pages.
what are the
Sorry.
odds we found the home of the old Kitsune hermit in the mountains?
Hope good.
Does he know how to get us out of here? Or maybe how to get the Chiron to come down?
That's a great question.
Well, I just don't know why else we'd be here.
Well, I mean, I figure there's a chance he may be able to help us. You said there's a trap door over here.
Yes.
Gonna kind of go look at that and knock on it and see if it's unlocked.
Okay. You knock on it, you see if it's unlocked. As you kind of see, it pulls open quite freely. In fact,
Okay.
it's not hinged. It's as you pull it open, you notice that this is just about a 5-foot dugout into the ground where
Freezer.
it essentially is used to, just to freeze. Like, it's easy to freeze things here. If anything, this is actually a place to keep things warm, surprisingly, you know?
Cool,
So-
but warmer than outside, basically.
Exactly, yes. So it's also, it's able to
Okay.
keep things dry, I suppose, as well.
All right. Yeah.
Well, if we want this person's help, maybe we shouldn't go snooping around in their stuff.
I was thinking maybe they could be down there, but
Yes, perhaps you shouldn't.
turn around.
As you see, kind of cracked into the doorway in front of you, there is this elderly looking man. He has a shawl on. His hands and face and hair are that of a human. This mustache that kind of creaks down. It's not well shaved. And as you look at him and you see what little light enters the room, you understand immediately why there is very little light in this area. And it's because you see two milky eyes coming from this man.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello. I hope you don't mean any harm.
I was hoping the same of you, so I think we may
I
have an
am-
agreement there.
I am an old man. And blind. I am rather defenseless, so I ask that you take what you want and get out of here.
What if we're here with questions? Or
Here with questions.
well,
Was someone gonna say something else, or I don't know.
well, we're not entirely sure if we reached the right place, but we came to the mountains for a few reasons. And well, one was to perhaps find an old kitsune who had been living in them.
The kitsune, they do not live here. Not anymore.
Not most of them, since they were frozen.
And what do you know about that?
I knew somebody who was of the kitsune, briefly. And I was...
That is very improbable.
Probable, but still.
Improbable, but what?
Still reality.
Not many kitsune leave where they are from out of precedent. As well as other dangers.
I suppose I know of two, one of whom Kiyoshi would know better than I, and the other who is no friend to us.
But,
The Kitsune are lost. They simply do not exist anymore. Those who search for them will find themselves on the other end, well, of danger. What are you doing here? How did you find my cave?
smoke. The smoke.
So, smoke. And how did you get through the desert?
We had a guide who led us to the mountains.
Camels.
And how did you get past the mountains?
Took a path over.
I'm them.
The mountains are unclimbable. Many have tried.
I can climb about anything, so nothing's unclimbable for me.
Well, most of
The
us just
guide-
took a path that we were able to walk.
The guide knew of a path, had been told of a path.
Looks. They did say that there may be a couple cracks in the wall. Who am I to care? 829 years I've lived in this cave. Not a second goes by that I do not care of who comes in and who comes out. Those who played for me to help them have only found themselves causing more trouble for me in the end.
Are you aware of the kitsune and robotic beings that also crossed the mountains?
I am aware of what has happened to the Kitsune. As for these robotics, I have no mind, nor pay any attention to. The town itself I have not been to in at least 5 years. The sacred village of the Kitsune. And as for any Kitsune left, they're either dead or they've survived past the mountains in the material plane. Except for maybe one.
Well, of the two I know, one seemed alive and very powerful as he attacked us on the way here, and just for the other, he seemed, what I hear, unstable in his magic.
An uncommon team for those who practice of the Kitsune-based.
And I've heard of a potential third who may be somewhere who is, well, one of the 7 is a kitsune.
You mean the thing?
What was that?
You mean, and he says essentially a word in that Sylvan, which you, Alyssa, you have to kind of listen to for a second as he says Nisei. He says, the Nisei. And you seem to roughly translate that word to fake.
Peek.
The fake?
The fake.
How so?
It's not born at Kitsune. He simply made his body.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely who
Is-
we're looking for.
Many, I guess. Yeah.
You can see as
Kitsune.
he's feeling around for things as you guys are talking. He seems to kind of go over to the stove where he picks up the boiling water, puts it to the side, and grabs a cup. He almost knows instinctually where things are. He grabs the cup and puts it down. He seems to get a mortar and kind of grind up a couple leaves and kind of empty them into a small pouch that he places into the cup and then pours the boiling water in. Kind of places it off to the side. As he gets a small mitt, grabs the cup, walks over to the rug, which he then sits down on with the cup placed in his crisscrossed lap. What the business do you have with me? What business do you have with being in Minami Ashigara?
Well, I suppose multiple reasons. We search for the ingredients to save our friend's mentor here. We had hoped to find the so-called fake, as you say. And perhaps to learn of the Kitsune, as I've known members of and wonder if someday it could be possible to help them.
Very well. He, again, his eyes don't stare in any subsequent direction. If anything, they seem kind of his lids are very laxly placed on his face. He carries this kind of like old scowl to him that sticks permanently into his grimace. And seems to be folded in the dark. It's still, it's pretty hard for you guys to see in here. Like
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of look around. Seems to be sitting down. The dog, kind of the little pup that is as big as he is, seems to come over and kind of wrap itself around. It's now that you can tell that this pup has a wrapping on its leg made of these herbal leaves. There it goes. He just kind of pats it. It's like a she, it's okay. It's okay. They are soon to be gone, hopefully. And he sits and drinks his tea.
And why do you stay here? Alone but for the wolves in a cave.
As I cannot leave. I am trapped by the confines of convenience and by the stigma of the world. For what lies in the town of Sukumo is resentment and terror, as does lay that on the outer borders of the world. I stay here in the ley lines of peace and tranquility. Not by choice. But by convenience. Why don't you all sit down? I'll tell you a story of the people that you search for.
I'll sit down on the edge.
As he gets into the story of the people of Sukumo, the Kitsune. We'll take a 5-minute break. Story of Sukumo goes back a long, long time. Before the Kitsune even existed. We were, at one point, men of beasts. Eventually, those people there, before those, were humans. I never knew when this happened. Eons, perhaps. But eons ago is what forged the way for my ancestor to find their way to snow-covered hills and the frozen lakes of Sukumo. We are segmented. That's right. The lake that we've settled Sukumo on was known as Kotemitsu. That prosperity set in. We opened our borders. A great decision by Daimono Richi Bastanami. But in further generations, a hunt for Kitsune tails would be what closed our borders. Although we are inherently magical, we do not lop the ears off of elves. We do not take the tongues of halflings, and yet people thought fit to take our tails From that moment on, traders, bandits, anyone started being banned from Sukumo. This resulted in the Rikishi no Hakai, the destruction of history. It is a massive purge of the Kitsune from the realm. We sent out hundreds, all to burn books, maps, locations, whereabouts, and to some extent, people. Whilst the warriors defended the land, the special forces, known as Hakai, would roam the land and purge knowledge from people in books. The isolationist approach was progressed by Daimono Zaraka Chanami. Any kitsune who left needed to be disguised, which very rarely occurred. Very few past the Haikai were able to leave. Those who did were escapists. Those who left were usually hunted down before they could reach the mountains, as to not reveal the kitsune to the world. I left the village 829 years ago, during the Shippo on Sumo, the end of the Tale Stealing. I, Kyu Sakai, left. At some point, I practiced the magical arts, being known as the Hermit of Mount Daiju, also known as the Eternal Sealing Sage. It was 7 years ago now. Sorry, 17. A plague took in the town of Sukumo. Not a usual one, not one that your finest healers could stop. Not even the fruit of the yet-to-be ripe tree of Borealis. Those affected by the plague were affected by the disease known as Kitsune no Katachi, fox form, where they would forever shift into that of their fox, slowly losing themselves to their wild nature, becoming a fox, a wild animal. It was 17 years ago that our current leader, Bachenai Kotanami, struck a deal with a stranger who offered for a favor in the future. A favor for the future. To put a stasis on the plague of Foxifol pervading through the lands. It was now 17 years ago that he delivered his promise. And the land froze over, and everyone in the land froze as well. Frozen in stasis, placed in time. That is a story.
So I suppose if a cure could be found, it would. That deal would no longer be necessary and they could be brought out of stasis.
you guys are talking about half of it. But
Glad you're
Kyron,
listening.
yes. No, I am. I'm taking
You said there are kitsune yet in the Feywilds?
Hey.
Are they also affected by this plague?
We do not speak to each other. Not all the kitsune. No, all of kitsune, just as are not all of our humans. No, all of our humans.
I wouldn't have
We
a
are-
chance to speak if everyone else is frozen.
Hey. Separate breeds, separate histories. Our histories diverge once more eons ago. In the thousands of years.
Very long time.
Hey. As for the niece, I do not admonish what Bachanai has done. It is dishonorable. Although dishonor strikes when we are at our most dire. And I feel that if you free him from his bind and his deal, and free his warrior spirit, that you may be able to make an ally out of him yet.
If we can find a way to help the others, that is.
Hey. That, and one more thing. This man's patient. He's got all day, guys.
I thought you said in one more thing.
I did.
Yeah, and he's
What thing?
I thought he was going to say something after.
No.
Would you be willing to tell us where the fake is? I think you know.
Me, an old man. I don't suppose I would know what or whom you are talking about.
Fake Kitsune Digius. I don't know the name he goes by over here.
Thank you. Digius. I am just a blind, forgetful old man. You have to remind me of what do you need with this Digius?
We need our leader back.
Hopefully.
And what proof? What a proof do I have that you are here 3 days after Abachanai, looking for the same man? Seems mighty suspicious.
Suppose.
We came here knowing Botch and I would likely be searching as well.
We also know he was going to be in these mountains and that a person was watching over his body, a
It's fair.
hermit.
I'm going to say, Alyssa, you gotta talk more, man. I mean, it's three people, and 2 of them are doing the work.
I don't
You're
know.
muted.
What if she doesn't know what's going on?
I don't know what's going on is the thing. I'm like, I
Then
don't
make
think I'll
it
tell.
known that you don't know what's going on.
He
Don't just
seems
sit there.
upset that we're here. I don't want to annoy him.
You're already annoying him. I mean, you gotta play the game, man. 3 people's hard. Sorry, continue. What was the question?
Guess it would depend how well you know Fake as well to know what kind of information relevant to prove that we're not just sent by Botchnai or him since you turned him away.
I do not know that information.
We were told you were here and he would likely be with you by another one of himself before they were taken.
We know the location of one more. That one's a little harder to get to. Even than here.
Who's gonna insight check? Who
I'm
looks?
not lying.
That's not what the check's for, Emily.
Basically,
I
it's
know.
to see how well he believes us, I believe.
Probably, but
Looks you up and down.
did you just say an old man looked us up and down that's blind?
I did. He ears you up and down with his sonar senses. And there's a very faint smile that appears upon his face. Which disappears really quick. Very well. I have Adigius here.
All right. Still unconscious.
Hey.
I don't know who this person is exactly that you want, but if they're unconscious and the people who are after them have already checked here and don't think he's here anymore, maybe it's best if we leave them here for now. if we're going on a dangerous mission?
You may have heard of them and mentioned from your mentor. Which I do believe we said in the past she did. She had like memories of Enrid going up to.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we said that like she's like aware that this person, but
Mhm.
like she's not interacting with him and she doesn't exactly know why it's relevant or if like regardless you're wanting to bring an unconscious person with us when we're going off to find a Chiron and in the dangerous cold, so maybe we should just leave him here for now.
My concern is if I leave him just like the last body, they'll have followed us and take it.
They already checked here though. And he managed to turn them away.
For now. After many threats were thrown, we sat drinking tea for what seemed like hours, verbally hinting at each other's aggression. And yet no punches were thrown. Yet too.
I suppose there's some lines he won't yet cross.
I am not as defenseless as I seem.
Oh, I
Then
don't
how
know.
did you manage to turn him away without it coming to blows?
I just said that. I am not as defenseless as I seem.
And that I would believe.
I believe that.
So you think that they may know that he's here and might return?
Since you won't leave your mentor, won't leave. Yes.
I would recommend that if you wanted to keep this DGS safe, that you keep him close.
It'll be difficult to transport him, especially given we have a long journey back, most likely, but
I can keep him for now. You, when you leave, will come pick him up.
I want to leave him.
Sounds good to me.
I'm assuming there would be no doors anywhere around here, would there?
What is it? He looks confused.
Simply a thought for
Where to?
I believe we're gonna start heading to the city.
Yes, you do. I need a volunteer to help me raid this picnic basket.
What do you need a roll for?
1 or 2, Emily.
1.
All right, roll a d2. That's not. Was that a d2? Oh, that was.
Yep.
I'm like, you were good.
You
All
rolled
right.
something.
You called 1, right?
Yes. We're calling our shots
Okay.
today.
Gonna go back in the clips. Roll a d4 for me, Emily. All right.
Called 1, rolled 1, rolled 3.
You begin to trek your way, making your way out, of course, of the cave, kind of along the side of this mountain. You see there is the large, barren, open landscape that is a very large lake. And at the far, far end of that lake, there is a frozen city. You
So
begin
we
to
need
trek.
to go to the.
It's
Sorry, continue.
you see the frozen city. This very large tower in the middle. There's smaller buildings around it, residential buildings. From what you can make out so far, very, very iced over, and very far away. How are you proceeding?
Said we need to go to the clouds. Some way of flying up, preferably. Could
Well,
we?
it's really far away, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but we might as well decide
Wait.
how we're gonna fly up, regardless.
I believe that one mostly falls on Aaliyah.
So you want some lovely stepping stones, but they're not very quick.
Well, I think we'll have to see when we get there how bad exactly the weather is, if the Chiron's trying to keep anyone out or not. I have some ways of getting up there and still being able to communicate, but I mean, does it look? It looks like it's gonna take like the rest of the day to travel there. Like we might have to take another rest.
It's very
And out
likely,
of the
yes.
distance. Yeah. Then yeah, I have ways I can do that then. So I'd say I'll see when we get there. But this looks like it's just open terrain, isn't it? It's just there's like not a lot of shelter out. We're literally going across a lake.
You're currently in the taiga portion, which means there's a lot of coniferous trees about. But
Well,
as
to get to
the reason I'm asking you how are you proceeding
Across or around?
is you can go around where the tree line is. You can go with the trees. You can go through the lake area, which is barren. You can go above the lake area, technically. You could dig into the lake and swim to the fucking frozen city if you wanted
do
to.
that, guy.
So when I say how are you going to proceed, it's just
Yeah.
how the fuck are you guys moving? Like, what are you going to do? I don't want to like.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys decide that for a second. I'm gonna grab some water.
Are we like
But then I
in a
might yell at you some
valley?
more. Who knows?
Kinda, yeah.
I'm just
Are
kidding.
we like in
Love
a
you.
valley or like a caldera?
Either. Does it matter that much?
I didn't realize it wrapped like all the way around to the point that we could actually walk through the trees to get there. Although that would take a lot of time. Do we want to just...
Wait, hear me out.
Mm.
So you know how we grabbed some logs and whatnot?
Yes.
What
Yeah.
about if we made like a little sled, turn into a dire wolf, hook you up, you start running.
I love it.
Across the lake or along its edge?
Across would
I'd-
be the quickest
I'd
route,
be,
but if
I'd be
we're
cool with
running
a
too fast-
cross. Yeah, I'd be cool with taking the chances of going across.
Does anybody have any rope besides my own? Is my follow-up question.
I'm gonna make a holding.
I doubt it.
I think I also have a half length of rope that was with the climber's kit that was half burned off.
So you have rope and then half a length of rope?
I'd prefer not to use my rope if there's risk of it being broken. It's well, it's a very high quality rope, so it's unlikely, but we could try to fashion, I mean, there's trees around us still. We could try to fashion a sled to go along the edge or across. Although I think it'd be best to sleep along the trees if we can't make it.
So you want to go like around the edge?
That, or if we think we won't make it, start heading to the edge closest. But can you guys build a sled? I could try. I mean, I'm still fairly tired, though.
I can try.
My craftsmanship wouldn't be the greatest, unless you'd just like to help me out with it.
Sure.
We can all help.
Okay.
I'll slap a little guidance on whoever's trying to do it.
I'm gonna try and build a
what's-
little sled.
Yes. So
Let's see if
You're
Citri
trying-
has any rope.
you're trying to fashion a sled using what?
Well, there's trees and wood around us, and we have some as well, and it'll basically have to be tied together.
Okay.
Because we
How
don't
much
obviously have
time?
nails, but
Are you planning to put into making this sled?
I was thinking an hour.
I'm fine with an hour, especially if we're kind of like planning on going around the edge. It's already gonna take like probably a day and a half or two or whatever. So an hour is
Okay.
not that big a deal.
So just to reiterate your plan to you. You're planning to spend an hour using cobbled together pieces of branches.
Basically, tie together basically try to tie them flat and have them pulled behind a direwolf.
Man, sounds like a great plan. Why don't you make that survival check
Okay.
and make it at disadvantage?
With
Which is
plus
canceled
D4.
out. It's canceled out by Kiyoshi's help,
Yep.
and you get a D4 added to.
Hey!
A 27.
Yeah. So, here's what's going down in Chinatown. This is one of the scenarios where the DM hates your fucking plan. because to spend an hour to try to just make a shitty sled, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. You know what? Fuck you. I'm mad. I'm going crazy now.
My thought for a quote sled in this situation is essentially just a flat
know
raft.
what you mean.
Okay.
I know what you mean.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It just sounded like a way to traverse.
So
I like the idea.
what happens is Kiyoshi, you're going from tree to tree, karate chopping off branches. You're tossing them over to Shepard. Shepard is taking them, pulling them together as best as he can, looping this rope through it. And what you are left with after an hour after he loops the rope together into a cohesive knot with about 12 branches that you manage to chop from trees, these large branches. And the tail end kind of swoops down, and he also ties off the middle part of it as well. It is a makeshift sled, and you have enough rope left over for a loop to be made for a dog to pull this. It's going to be hard for one dog to pull this sled, from what you can tell, but it's not like you can't be a different animal.
Yeah.
And what is going to essentially have to happen is you guys are going to have to hold on to the left and right branch of this sled and lay belly flat on it while whatever is pulling it is pulling it.
Got it.
And it's not going to be comfortable.
We may want to
you
refine
should
this
sit-
to bring Digius later, but
This would be great for Digius. You should put your stepping stone, sit on your stepping stone, and just hold on so you're hovering, Kiyoshi. Less traction.
I don't know how fast you can go, but you might be faster than the stepping stones.
I would be, I think.
I mean,
Well,
if you just
maybe
run
not.
along the side.
If you're pulling two things, it's going to be a little harder.
Mhm.
But I don't see any reason why you might be able to include the stepping stones into this design. In fact, I don't see any reason why you just didn't use the stepping stones to begin with, and have someone drag you while you are like a hoverboard, like you're literally hovering above the ground and you're holding onto a rope that something is pulling you with. It's lighter than 12 branches. It's at times like these that I question myself. Am I a dumbass? Or am I just playing with a bunch of geniuses?
I always think of the stepping stones as a set speed.
Yeah, I didn't think
Not
you
if
could
not if
increase the
something's
speed.
pushing you.
That's fair. Or pulling.
Oh,
Yeah.
when this cruddy sled breaks on us, maybe we'll think, stepping stones.
Yeah, but I gotta attune to them first.
Which
remember-
you could have used the last hour to do. Oh my
Getting
god.
branches!
No shit, Sherlock.
If the sled fails, we have a good amount of wood for a fire.
I'm so pissed off at you guys right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn into a dire wolf. Yes, this will be the thing to drag the sled.
I love you
Get the
guys.
electric- I mean, I could be an ox, and they're pretty fast, but they're not for this weather. So, I mean, they kind of are, but I could be a yak.
Whichever you think would pull it better.
A yak would pull it really good. What's a yak's speed?
Let's check.
You might just have to use an ox, because I don't know if there's a specific yak stat block.
What are you talking about? Of course there's a yak stat block. They've got a speed of 50 feet.
Well, it's like me. That's the same as a dire wolf. So
There
I
you
bet
go.
that would pull it really well.
Yeah. Well, a yak's bigger and probably stronger.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn into a yak, and you guys are gonna saddle me up with the rope, and then I'm gonna pull you, and we're going around Not on the ice.
We could kind of cut along the edge a bit, but especially if you're a yak, I'm
Cut
not sure
along
we
the
should
edge.
go running along the center of the lake.
And just make sure that
Wolves were.
Alyssa, don't talk back, okay?
Mhm.
I'm just gonna say. Yakety yak. All right, so you turn into a yak. You grab onto the rope. You're kind of like gnawing on this newly formed cud that has now entered your mouth from who knows where. As you are Aaliyah, the yak.
Yak Leah.
Yep.
Yak Aaliyah. And with that,
Around Aaliyah.
yes, you hook on and you begin to take off as the yak, holding on to this very well tied together a branch set. And I mean, many of you are just surprised how well it's keeping together. Like, it is, maybe some part of you is wishing you took the stepping stones, but
Be
I mean,
a lot
where's
smoother.
the fun in that, It would be so much smoother, more comfortable for sure. But like, where's the fun in that, So, I mean, fuck me, am I right? But it seems that you guys have found, well, I guess, let's just say, the stupidest, the smartest way of moving through
Yeah, the music.
this entire fucking landscape. And it's at this moment that you have realized in this journey you're on, this carnivorous kind of venture, this landscape that you are in hot speed making your way to the city of Tsukumo. And I've got to tell you, it's a great day on this racetrack because what's about to fucking happen is you're a yak. Yaks smell awful. You are with newly cut branches and a bunch of other people who also smell quite awful. And it seems that you're gonna have to outrun this pack. You're on a fucking dinner plate. You've made yourself a dinner plate. This pack of winter wolves cannot resist the smell you're giving off. As a yak, you are a morsel. They have picked up on you, and they are ready to munch. You see them all lining behind you. There is probably around 8 dire winter wolves speeding in hot pursuit. You look, your eyes flash from this because you have side eyes now, not forward-facing eyes. You're not a predator anymore. You've got sideways-facing eyes, which means in the corner of your eyesight, you see 8 winter wolves behind you. What do you do, Aaliyah?
I'm faster.
You hear? It's just trekking through. You're pulling. Make an athletics check, Aaliyah.
What is the strength of a yak?
What is a yak's? Let's see.
Oh God.
So you're gonna roll essentially a d20, and then you are going to add a +3 modifier to it.
Oh God. Let's see. Nope. Oh
All right.
A wolf would probably smell a lot less appetizing.
Well, wolves probably won't go after other wolves.
Exactly.
And these are monstrosities, so
True.
shit sucks, bro. So you're trekking through. You're having a hard time. Like, there is this large thing that's currently on the back, like something that's probably much heavier than it looks that you're trying to drag. behind you. Probably a person. I'm talking about you, Kiyoshi. You are the problem here. As you're checking through, you're dragging on the right a little, like making your way through. It's a shepherd. Kiyoshi, what are you doing as these wolves are gaining on you?
I'm trying to, like, if we're running about the same pace as I can run, I'm gonna start running, but I'm gonna jump off to give it like an ease of the running for the yak.
Okay, make an acrobatics check. Not in difficult terrain, you can't.
He can dash for an action and run the same speed.
Right. I said acrobatics, but okay.
Oh, acrobatic. Let me roll that then. My bad.
Let's see. They're not rolling hot tonight. So you attempt to kind of jump off, and as you do, you skid along the ground for a second before your foot rockets into this stone on the ground, kind of like this chunk of ice as you are treading along this lake, this frozen lake. You eat shit. As you're still moving quite fast, you have to realize, but just, within the confines of like, ouch. As you flip and eat shit, you take 8 bludgeoning damage, just grinding along the ground. Again, yak, Aaliyah, you swear you see sparks kind of out of the corner of your eye.
A lot lighter, I bet.
And it's a lot lighter for you, carrying 12 branches and also shepherd. You are now fine to make your way. Kiyoshi, you quickly realize that the wolves are in hot pursuit of you. You get up, I'm assuming, and you bolt, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, you get up, bolt. Shepherd, what are you doing?
Do I think I could safely, let go and, sit on this and turn around?
Make a dex check.
Okay, 'cause I don't want to, that's a disadvantage, too.
It's a bumpy ride. It's likely, but you're not sure.
Are we going faster right now?
You are going quite fast as there are a bunch of wolves behind you,
I'm
and it is a bumpy ride.
not gonna do anything yet if they keep gaining out. Kiyoshi, get going!
All right.
If they gain more, yeah, I'm gonna start trying stuff.
I'm gonna
but-
do my speed skater.
Yeah, you're skating through the lands. With that, let's see here. As you're skating through the land, you aha. You see, kind of as the paperclip kind of slides into place, it's like, it seems you're skating across ice. Do you want some help with that?
Yes.
You're like, yes. And kind of popping up on your screen, you see a spigot. The AI spigot comes into place. Hello. Yes. So, it seems that you have made your way onto the ice, which is always a good time. It seems that what I was going to recommend to you is the Jump Pack software, which has been installed into your system. But as you can see here, and he points onto your diagnostic screen, he goes, it looks like in your system was, and hardware was a bit rushed. So it was never actually included. Sucks to be you right now. Bye! And he slides off screen. And then he slides back on. He's like, but I can't self-destruct you.
Oh.
All right.
going.
Sounds good. And with that, the next round begins. I'm gonna need fucking athletics or acrobatics checks from Aaliyah and Kiyoshi. Your choice.
Is that still just like a +3? Because I'm a yak.
If you're using athletics,
Your athletics are
Athletics,
probably better
sure.
than your acrobatics.
it's true.
I bet. Yeah, I'll just roll a d20 and add the 3. No.
10.
All right. So you can see as Kiyoshi is kind of subtly gaining on you now. Again, you're still kind of weighed down by these 12 branches that have been so expertly tied together. And in Shepard's mind, I don't know, like it seems like he's not really weighing you down or anything. As the direwolves are gaining on you still. What do you guys do?
All right, they're
Oh,
still
where are
gaining.
they?
Oh, okay. I'll let you go first.
If we need to do initiatives, I can do that.
You can go, Emily.
I
How far away
am
they are.
running until they catch up. I am just running.
Okay, so running. Kiyoshi, what are you doing?
Far away are they?
They're gaining on you, and which means that they're pretty spread out, and they're probably about 50 feet away. And they gained from 150 feet to 50 feet, by the way.
Okay. Just gonna might be doing something stupid, but it should scare them away. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna fire a fireball at them into the center of the pack.
Okay. Again, they've been spreading out quite a bit, which means that out of the 8, you're only going to be able to hit about one of them, actually. Roll for it. So
Biggest
they're
one. I'm gonna aim for the biggest one.
you're aiming for the biggest one. Just make a perception check.
That one's probably the alpha.
Okay.
Nice.
You spin around, you aim for the biggest one you can find, which you spot pretty quickly. Just ding, 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 ding. And you find it, and you just kind of raise up your arm, and you feel like a spark kind of flick out. And as it hits the area, you see as that dog. Let's see here. All right. It does fail its check. It's saving throw. So, just roll damage for me. All right. So, you flick out a fireball. It does seemingly damage this creature, this wolf. That is subtly gaining on you. Oh no. Wrong song. I need something insanely insane. Give me a second. Something with a lot of chutzpah. Something with insane cojones. Like this. All right. So you just blow this dog up. As you do, it's still just, you see as it gets enveloped in this flame, bursts forth kind of like in a stride and just hits the ground running again after you. Yeah, you've done damage to it, but it doesn't seem to want to give up the hunt just yet. But with that, that is the round of actions. Shepard, you have something I believe as well. or-
I wanted to look at whichever two are like closest to us right now, and I'm gonna kind of back up towards the front of the sled, and I want to try and turn around and fire 2 shots from the Hydra bow in front of each of them.
Okay, say that one again real quick. That was a
Basically,
lot of stuff.
basically, I'm just going to like scoot up the sled a little bit, sit on it, and I want to try and turn around and fire and use 2 charges from the Hydra bow to create just a small wall of water in front of 2 of the wolves to slow them down.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that is you're first of all gonna have to make an acrobatics check.
Cat.
Okay. Okay. So you slide up to the rope and kind of you manage to plant one of your foot kind of like under your butt and use that as kind of like your foot as leverage to hold yourself in place in this bumpy ride, which
Yeah.
would have already been a disadvantage if you were not at disadvantage. Luckily, disadvantage on disadvantage don't mean shit. So you trail through and you grab back 2 bowstrings and flick out 2 shots on your Hydra bow, creating walls in those areas. It does seem to kind of stop those wolves in their place as they come to an abrupt halt, kind of skidding to a stop. Some of them actually nailing into the wall. You can see is like it definitely didn't look comfortable the way they hit
Yeah.
that wall.
Not gonna do much damage, but slow them down basically.
Yeah. And so as you are there, the other 6 are still trailing after you right now. But it does seem like you managed to push the other ones back. Again, I'm going to need another round of athletics or acrobatics checks from Aaliyah and Kiyoshi here.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
I can't see. Woo!
You've rolled a
Trailing
2,
off
a
and-
7, and a 2.
All right. As
That's 5, yeah.
with that roll, I'll need. We'll wait on initiatives, but I will need initiatives here. As Kiyoshi, you do have the option of abandoning people. You could keep running if you wanted to.
You know what? I might try to see if any of them are specifically paying attention to me to kind of break up the party or break it up just a little bit between the dogs. But I
They
won't go
seem.
too far.
They
Intense with
seem like you'll find out when we get there. So with
Like-
that, why don't we take a 10-minute break?
It was kind of
Um,
funny.
So with
I
that, what, Emily?
The fact that I ate shit.
I thought it was pretty funny, but
It
you
was pretty
started
funny.
like catching back up with Aaliyah, which I also thought was pretty funny. So yeah, so you do it every time, Emily. Well, you keep like turning your character by accident.
How?
Don't know
Why?
how.
What are you
Because
pressing to accidentally
to
turn
zoom-
your character?
I'm trying to zoom out. Trying to zoom
Ah,
out and see the map. It does that instead.
all right. Is everyone ready? Because I'm gonna need some initiatives rolled.
Is initiative technically a dex check?
It is.
Lovely.
I don't think you have disadvantage on.
Like technically you're supposed to, but up to you.
Let's check. Is initiative an ability check? Is a dex check and also an ability check, but isn't a skill check.
Okay.
So
I
do you have
think we have
disadvantage on
to
ability
survive.
checks,
Let
though?
me pull up. Yep. Exhaustion was disadvantage on ability.
So you have disadvantage on dex checks. Yes.
Kind of like Jack of all trade. Technically applies to initiative, I believe.
Is it actually?
I think so. I'll just. It's not letting me roll, so I'll just roll a d20 plus 5.
do it.
Get that natural 20 and then that nat one.
Still 18.
So
Okay.
your original initiatives was all right.
And then there's Alyssa.
These did these did go through, right?
Yes.
Oh, yep. they did.
Except for yours. I don't have yours on here.
You just rolled a D.
Oh,
She just rolled a
wow.
D20.
Oh, you need to roll an initiative.
Well, but I'm a yak. I don't know what the.
You have a -1 to your initiatives. Yes. You're welcome to look up Yak at any time, by the way.
No, I did, but it's not. I don't know what page you're looking at because I was not getting the same things that you were saying.
I'm looking at 5e tools. So this one particularly, the Yak is under Storm King's Thunder, but I'm sure it's also under just like.
Could probably just copy and paste the link.
I'm using 5e tools.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Oh, yeah, got it.
So if you go to 5e tools Yak, I'm sure it'll tell you.
Yeah,
But it might take a while.
I will have to re-roll that, I guess then.
Just go to the
Roll
initiatives,
initiative.
roll it.
Oh.
What do you usually get to your +1? So I'll just adjust it so it's -1.
So 13.
There you go. 13. All right. With that, we will start this combat, especially Aaliyah as a yak. Kiyoshi, you have to start us off.
All right, let me try to zoom out and not mess up Kiyoshi one more time.
It's fine if you do. It's not a big deal.
All right. Let me measure this quick, and then I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna throw.
Good choice for
Okay.
song.
Oh, I know.
I'll grab out my 2 sticks. I'll throw them at the nearest wolf, which is like here. He's
That is
6 feet
probably going to be a disadvantage. Because daggers only have a range of 20. I don't even think you can reach them.
Daggers are 20-40.
Daggers are 20-40.
away. They
pretty
are
sure.
40. Never mind.
Yes.
Not gonna do that then.
You haven't moved yet.
Haven't. I'll move a little
true.
closer.
It's difficult terrain. Keep that in mind.
Wahaha.
So, any speed that you're trying to make is going to be halved.
You know, if it made any sense for Shepard to take Arctic as a favored terrain, that'd be nice, but it didn't really make any sense.
Yeah. It was up to you, pal.
I know. I went with what made sense for the character.
It's true. Yeah, that's true.
I'ma just take the dodge action. None of these wolves are gonna come up on me. That's it.
Okay. Sounds good. That's gonna bring us to the first winter wolf. It's gonna be 4, 50. It's gonna dash and start nip at your heels. Doesn't get the attack this turn, but it will. There we go. That one is going to get there. Just gets up to you with its dash. Shepard goes to you.
Okay. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I'm gonna forego my attack this turn and get my shield out to activate that.
Okay.
My animated shield.
Got you. Okay, yeah. Kind of hovers in the air, it hovers around you.
Kind of stand up. 'Cause I'm assuming as we're getting surrounded and they're catching up, you're stopping, Alyssa. Mostly.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to.
But well, either way, I'm gonna basically get the shield out, activate that, and then kind of put myself in between the wolf and Aaliyah. But
Okay, yeah. I mean, you're kind of riding on the coattails of this sled right now, and yeah, you kind of get ready. Is that your turn?
Let's say action surge, yes. So yeah, that'll be my turn.
Sounds good. What'd you use your action for again?
I think. Well, let me double check to see if it's an action or a bonus action to activate that. 'Cause I thought it was an action. Oh, it's a bonus action. Okay. Well, I guess I still have my bow in my other hand, so I'll use that.
Okay.
I'll go on the one next to Kiyoshi instead of the one in front of me.
Okay. Let's make an attack.
Let's go sharpshooter shots. Yeah, I have a short bow plus 1 sharpshooter. Okay. I was like, do I have one? Yes. This should be it.
Roll to hit again. 14 hit you, Kiyoshi?
I don't think so. I'm gonna go
I
for
don't think so either.
a regular one for the second shot.
Okay.
Could I try to draw from the lake around me? Like the ice and the snow?
You could try.
It is water.
You can try.
I'm gonna try for the second shot.
Okay. It's
See if it works.
It's hard. It's not fluid water, which means as you try to pull from it, you essentially get an ice shard instead of an arrow made of water.
Okay.
Which is a bit harder to shoot, but it seems that you're still hitting with it. So it is a -4 to your roll, but you get an extra D4 of damage.
Okay, interesting. I will have to make a macro at some point for ice hydro bow, I guess.
It doesn't come up very much.
Not often, no.
So with that, you do 15 damage. Is it to that same wolf?
Yeah, to the one next to Kiyoshi.
Okay. With that 15 damage, is that your turn?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay, Winter goes to this winter boy over here. 5, 10, 30. There we go. Aaliyah, yak it up.
Oh, I was gonna keep running and move.
Shepard trails right behind you.
Yeah.
Go ahead. When you are moving, Shepard, go ahead and just move after she does her movement.
My thing is in the way. 5, 10. Okay. 15.
Can a yak move well in this terrain?
It's gonna be halved, just because it is difficult terrain.
I think. Back it up 1. Back up. Oh.
I'll move back a bit.
Backed up 1. It's only 1 space. It's only boop there. Because it'd be 25 then.
Okay.
I'll get there. Yep.
Cool.
I just ran.
Ran so far away. And you couldn't get away. So
No.
let's see.
I could take a sharpshooter ice shot for -9 to hit.
You could. It's true. You could get a lot going on there.
That'd be so stupid.
It'd be fun.
I might do 1 or
So-
2 for fun.
Plus 5, 10, 15, 20, 50. That one's turn. Is this one 5, 10, 50? Perfect. So this one's turn. 5, 10,
50. There we go. Kiyoshi.
Hey, this is a lovely position to be in. Let's start smacking him up.
Okay.
This is a lovely
One right in
position,
front of me.
as he has like 6 of them converging.
Huh? Let's go.
All right. Which one are you aiming at?
Right in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely gonna hit. As you kind of smack it in the snout.
That was a roll to 1 on that, so.
Redo that damage. Not gonna lie, I expected a fireball.
Okay, so 5 damage.
I didn't want to use all my key in the beginning because it just burns it all.
Better.
An 18 definitely hits as you do another 10 damage to this thing.
Then I'm actually gonna expend a key to try to stun it.
Okay. It just needs to make a con save.
On save.
Okay, that is going to be a 20.
Ah, it's okay.
I think these
Hell
things are
yeah.
hardy.
Key.
I just rolled high.
Fair.
Kiyoshi, is that your
Then
turn?
One more bonus action. I'm gonna hit him one more time.
Okay. Okay, 11 unfortunately does not hit.
Fine.
Thick
That's
winter hide of this creature. It goes to the wolf's turn, who, as you're correct, they are converging on your position, Kiyoshi. As you can see, they're beginning to gnarl. It's 5, 10, 15, 20. I've got. Unfortunately, I don't. Okay. It is. You see, as it essentially releases this. This is why it's monstrosity, by the way. This big cone of cold breath from its maw, essentially freezing you up. I need you to make a dexterity save.
right.
Yeah, I don't think just wolves can do that.
Yes, these are the special wolves.
I should at least take.
You take half still, but
All right, let's see what's your roll here. 11. Yeah, that is a failure. So you still take only half damage from a dex save. That is going to be.
It's cold damage. I'll take the herd.
Okay, so you're halving it
Half,
again.
half. Yeah.
Okay. So that would have been 10, half to 5, half to 2. Cold damage for you. Yeah, it's not a lot of cold damage. But that is going to be its turn. Goes to the wolf next to you, Kiyoshi, right underneath you. This wolf is going to go for a bite on you. As you can see it, like its friends are kind of pawing at your back, giving it a suitable advantage, which is going to play out to be a 20 to hit you. No. Oh, well, that's fine. Shepard goes to you.
Kyoshi, you might need to move.
Have a plan.
I'm expecting the ones to the left to come after me though, so
Would you like to self-destruct? Another friend lost today.
could you imagine? Oh Lord. I'm gonna shoot this one over here. Should I do the stupid? Let's do the stupid for fun.
Okay, you're taking a -9 to the roll.
Yes. One of those, and then one just a regular ice shot.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right then.
Okay.
They hate you, Shepard. Unfortunately, it is just double dice, so you just gotta roll one more d6. I don't think it doubles the sharpshooter you get.
Nope. It already rolled both d6, so it's 32 damage for that shot.
Wow, and you were doing on that one on the left there?
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't. Unless that's the one that was cinched with a fireball, it hasn't been hurt yet, so I don't double Colossus Slayer too.
That is one that was hit with the wall, actually, and it did take a little damage.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Here's another 2d8 damage.
All right, so how much total is that?
39, I think.
All right. All right. Okay.
And then,
Whatever.
and then I'll just do a second regular shot
Okay.
with ice, but regular. You know what I mean.
Yes, that will hit.
A non-sharpshooter ice shot.
Hells yes. That is going to be 14 damage on this creature,
Fucking-
which is looking mighty weak, by the
Fucking
way.
53 damage. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I haven't done that much damage since you action surged and killed that rock.
I know.
Is that your turn, Shepard?
Yeah, that'll be my turn, I think.
Okay. This one's going to move downward upon you, Kiyoshi. Again, it's going to gnaw your heels. That is going to be a 24 to hit.
Okay.
All right. I need you to make a strength saving throw. And also take 13 piercing damage as the creature attempts to knock you prone, and you manage to save. Aaliyah goes to you.
18 piercing?
13.
Yes.
Oh, get out of here. Stop. 5, 10, 20,
One hurt. A little bit.
25. I'm gonna get there.
Oh, it actually had, yeah,
I'm
be to the
gonna-
side now. She turned.
I'm gonna drop the form.
He drops the form. Yakety yak. Never
Yeah,
talks
I'm gonna-
back.
I'm gonna cast Wall of Stone.
All right.
Do you need
And,
stone for that to come out of?
Well, we're
Because there's
on
no
ground.
stone
Yes.
in the area.
We're on ice.
You are on ice.
I thought we were running along the side.
We're like on the edge of the
We
ice.
weren't gonna run into the ice.
You're essentially like you're on the ice right now.
On
The
the
shore's,
ice right now.
the shore's not far, but
Yes.
The shore's not
And the shore is
far.
not far. Yes, but I was assuming that you were not running on the shoreline. You are running near the shoreline, which is still a couple,
No,
at
no.
least 10 feet from the bottom of the lake, if not more.
yeah.
So you're welcome to attempt Wall of Stone here and seeing if it works, but you're also going to have to name how high you're building that wall for each tile that you're building it on.
Yeah, I was gonna cast Wall of Stone. As like, what is this? It gave me a line. I was not
It
going
did.
to
You're
do...
welcome to just use the scribble tool and scribble your
Oh.
wall in.
Yeah, I was just gonna do a circle around us two right here, 20 foot high. If I
Okay.
could do that, is what I was gonna do.
Okay.
With like, because you can also make it so that there's like the like ways to get up, parapets and stuff like that, things to shoot off of and stuff. So just kind of like a little mini tower, sorta, and yell. That's my action, and then yell, "Don't kill them! The hermit sage guy is friends with them. Try not to kill them."
Kill them
As
they're ripping into Kiyoshi. You cast Wall of Stone. This is what happens. You get a breach in the ice about 5 feet high, with
Great.
openings wherever you draw them. They're not very high in this. You can tell you built 20-foot walls, but
we're like
the
15
first-
feet up.
you're about 15 feet above the lake's bottom, and on top of that, it's hard to grind this stone through the bottom of the ice, but you are able to do it. As kind of clambers up this frozen permafrost, it goes to the wolf. Whoops.
Say, Alyssa, did you miss the whole jump pack recommendation for skating on ice for Kiyoshi?
I didn't miss it. I was just like thought it was like flavor. I was like, I didn't think we were on ice. I was like a little confused about it, but I just thought, oh, whatever.
All right. Rounding about Kiyoshi. It's going to be another frost breath on you. I'm going to need a dex save. Okay, that's a success. So you actually take no damage, which goes to this one. This one, from what you can tell, has taken quite a bit of damage. He is 20, 25. Okay. He is heading out. He looks sufficiently damaged and seems to be retreating. 5, 10, 50. This one's still heading in. Kiyoshi goes to you.
Is the one I burnt around me at all?
Yes. I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Which one is it?
It's the one below you.
No, I'm beating on.
Okay.
The one directly below me?
Yes.
Alright, I'm going to...
Keep it quick. Come on.
Engage. I'm gonna use my key point to disengage. I'm gonna back up. 40, 50, and then
Oh no.
I'm gonna cast Fireball on them.
Cool.
Don't murder them.
The group.
Boom.
I know they
That's
can
fine.
handle it.
So that's going to be a fail. A fail. That is going to be a fail.
Damage though.
That's a success. And that's a fail. So it seems that 1, 2, 3, 4. The top one does succeed in half the damage, kind of bumping itself away. But the rest of them take sufficient damage here. As that's going to be... Okay. It's going to be... Which hasn't been damaged yet. Okay. Is that your turn, Kiyoshi?
The leader or my interpreted leader looks up.
He looks pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
Be like, go for this most beat up one. I think he's the leader.
Right.
Don't kill him.
I'm gonna kill him. I knew we could take.
Don't kill them.
As the
Ah!
fucking metal music starts.
Doom
Alright.
style.
Pretty much, yeah. This one is going to, that one's going to be 10, 20, 30, 40. Cool. It's going to get up to you, Kiyoshi. It is going to hold its action. So take 10, 20.
Ah.
This one's going to get there. Triggering held action.
Yep.
That is going to be an 18 to hit. And a 20 to hit, which both do not hit. This one is going to, you can see, it is going to start 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40. It is going to move away. Shepard, goes to you.
Okay. Alyssa, where are the spots I can like shoot through?
I mean, it's 5 feet off the ground. I think you probably could stand looking for it at this point.
Can't really shoot a bow over a 5-foot tall barrier very well.
Just say it's like in each of the like 4 corners then.
Okay.
Kinda 3, and then the other. I mean, it's a circle, but you know.
In that case, I will come over to this one and send some ice into this boy.
All right. Roll to hit.
Hydro bow, go!
Hydro bow, go. All right, that's a hit. Yes. Nice. So that is going to be 11 damage on this one.
Probably a little roughed up. Yeah, I'll shoot that one again.
Okay.
If we can scare him off, we'll scare him off. But I don't think
Okay.
that one's gonna hit.
Is that a
13.
ice shot?
Yes.
Got you. 13 just hits.
Okay.
It takes another 7 damage.
Plus 11 total.
So 11 damage.
Yep.
Okay. Is that your turn, Shepard? He
Um,
takes a good few shots from your bow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna step back.
Okay. So the Winter Wolf over here, which is going to slide around and is going to make its bite against Kiyoshi here. Just tanking in the metal. Doesn't get the hit.
Oh my
Aaliyah,
gosh.
goes to you.
Okay.
You're getting
You
lucky.
hear the screeching of metal as the teeth are grinding against your metal bits.
I'm gonna move up. That's not the move. This move? Up to there. And then I'm gonna cast Polymorph on this one and try to turn it into a yak.
Which one?
I'm gonna turn into a yak.
Well, that one's still running into the fray. That one was bottom was still running into the fray. And it'll only be
Which one are you turning into the yak?
This one.
The one down here?
Ah,
Okay.
that one, I see.
Sorry.
Okay. What kind of save is that?
Let me see. I'll cast it because I'm cast. Yeah. Whoop. I don't know
Sounds
what
like
it
a
just.
plan.
If it cast something. Let's see. What does it say? Wisdom save.
Okay. I failed the wisdom save as this one
The
shrieks into
yak.
a yak.
Yeah. And then I'm just gonna use the rest of my movement to back up. I want to hop over the wall again, but I don't think I can't do that yet. But I'm getting ready to hop back over the wall.
Not enough movement.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that one's a yak now.
Yak.
Yeah.
That's my. Oh God! Oh yeah! Someone stop this yakage. They're all dead. All right. I guess they're connected tokens, which means I'm fucked. Okay, so with that, that's gonna go to this one which is going to start smelling and making its way towards the yak.
Oh my god.
Goes to this one, who still seems to be focused, but is going to round about to you, Aaliyah, kind of trying to go for a bite on you. That's going to be a 25 to hit.
Yeah.
There they are.
All right. Yeah.
Let's see if that Warcaster comes in handy, because Polymorph is a
Did you take it?
concentration.
Have you confirmed taking Warcaster?
Yeah, I didn't add any. I didn't do any additions. I wanted.
Okay,
That's
so
what I
that's going to be 12 piercing damage. That's going to be a strength saving throw from you,
And then a con saving throw.
which you succeed, and then a con saving throw at advantage,
wanted. Okay.
Oh, you don't
which
need
you
it.
automatically succeed, so you don't need to do
Okay.
advantage. So with that, that's going to be its turn. Goes to this one, who is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 40. Cool. That one's off the mat. This one down here, which is the yak, it kind of is just like and trying to trail away. Kiyoshi goes to you.
Turn to the one Shepard just shot, and I'm gonna smack it up.
You gotta murder this thing.
Okay.
Still alive.
16 will hit. Which one is the one you are attacking?
I like the right one.
The rightmost
Right
one.
here.
Okay. Oh, that one left. Okay. So that's number 2, and that's going to be 9 damage. Okay, it's still going.
Still alive.
Yep.
Smack it.
Okay. It's gonna be another 9 damage. Wow. Sorry.
You like that? And then bonus action, I'll hit the one right beside it, because I feel like I'm gonna murder it if I don't stop hitting it.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you
12
don't.
does not hit.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Goes to one on your left here. Still looking pretty good for the most part. Is going to make its attack against you. Does not hit. Goes to the winter wolf above you. This one is going to start. Whoops. Is going to start trailing away.
I won't take the bonus or the action against it, by the way.
Okay.
Didn't know if it
Goes to
disengaged, but
this
if it
one.
didn't, I was.
This one is sniffing out that fucking yak. Shepard goes to you.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Aaliyah, when you started polymorph, your wall disappeared.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because it is concentration. Oh, I could have. Well, whatever. Yep, it's gone.
Just walked. Just ran. So
Yeah,
there's no wall
well,
there.
I had to hop first, and then because I forgot.
Okay. Yeah. I'll take the. You said this one's looking okay over by Kiyoshi here. Just a little singe. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna have the Hydro Bow go. Frosty at
Hydro bow. The
Hydro
one on the
bow.
left or the right of Kiyoshi?
it. Hydro
Well,
Bow go
okay.
Frosty.
All right, that's a hit. Extra D4.
Yeah. Why don't I? Okay. For some reason, I somehow accidentally pulled up the Windows menu.
No, not the windows. An extra 21 damaged. So that's your turn.
I'll do one more at the same one, I guess.
All right. Hit me.
Got it.
Oh. All right.
I might kill that one. I don't know.
It's 18 damage.
It's hurting at least.
It's not having it. It's hurt. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
All right.
Why is
Goes to the wolf.
Why is it in this fight?
I don't know. But this wolf is also going to start backing up. Aaliyah, goes to you.
I'm just gonna disengage from this one and run.
All right.
Leave me alone.
Like 3 spaces.
Grr.
Leave me alone. I don't want to hurt you.
Grr.
Run away.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, because I'm keeping up polymorph on the other one.
Okay. This one's still sniffing out that yak.
Run, Yak, run!
This
Oh.
one doesn't seem to have felt the pain yet, as
No.
it's gonna make its attack on you. It's hungry, and it wants that delicious. That's a 15 to hit, by the way.
I think that matches. That probably matches.
Yeah, I think
So
that'll
that
hit.
hits,
Yeah.
and that's gonna be 8 piercing damage. I need a strength saving throw.
Saves.
All right. That does not make it. You are prone. You're on the ground. This
Ow.
towering wolf above you. Unsaved. Perfect. Goes to this wolf. This wolf is, for all intents and purposes, out of the fight. Oh god, they're all dead again.
Damn connected.
Goes to this
Tokens.
The one
one.
right next to me
I know.
looked really, really hurt, like he's gonna turn away and run.
Goes to you. That one right there is pretty hurt. Yes, it looks like it might turn and go away. It has 2 large icicles sticking out of its abdomen and a broken nose.
Oh.
I'm gonna start backing up from it then.
All right, I'm taking that opportunity.
Yep.
I figured.
Ah, it's still on you. Like it's not turned away and ran just yet. But that is going to be a 22 to hit,
Will hit.
and that is going to be 12 piercing damage. And I need a strength saving throw.
Bad choice to bite me, dog. I know I'm gonna actually probably end up killing.
Fuck that dog.
Here on the ground.
You are prone.
Hey, can I get up?
You may. It's going to take half your movement. So how much movement have you used so far?
Like 10.
20 feet of it.
I think it was 20,
Technically
right?
20.
So
See if-
20 feet. And what's your movement speed?
50. You have 5 feet of movement.
50. You have 5 feet of movement, but you can't use because you're in difficult terrain right now.
That's an
And I'm
oof.
just gonna whip out. How on the edge is this dog, by the way?
He's pretty badly wounded. It looks like he's ready to turn away and run now.
I'm gonna inflame my hands in flame so I get an extra 5 feet. And then I'm gonna take 1 hit at him and then 1 at the one next to Leah because I should be able to reach it.
I forgot. That's a nice thing.
Or actually 2 at the one next to Leah.
Very well.
Ooh, I get it re.
Reroll that one. It's gonna be 6 plus 3 or 5. Sorry, looks like 3.
This.
So 11 damage on that one. It is barely alive.
Shouldn't you be doing your flame
Stay
strikes?
away. I should.
So what's the damage on those?
Ah,
Be 10. Wait.
so about the same damage.
Then I'll do my second attack on the one next to Aaliyah, and then I'll do a bonus action attack on the one next to Aaliyah.
22 will hit at 10 damage. Okay.
Go away.
11 damage. 14 will hit, and another 15 damage.
That's my turn.
So let's see that. This goes to this wolf. This wolf is gonna trek off, which goes to this wolf, which is not a wolf. It is a yak, which will also trek off, and then will subsequently get gnawed on by the first wolf underneath it for not disengaging. And yaks have like how much health, Alyssa?
Like probably nothing.
So it's probably back in wolf
Yeah.
form, which
Yeah.
doesn't matter because that wolf's heading out with the rest of them. This wolf also just trekking out. Shepherd goes to you.
They all looking pretty hurt.
They all look pretty.
I'm just gonna kind of yell, get away, as I like kind of wave my arms at this one, and I'm going to run towards it and hold my action to, if he attacks, shoot it, but
Very well.
just kind of try and scare it off with the rest.
Sure, make an animal handling check.
Okay.
Natural one. You
Disadvantage.
die of fright. Okay. With that, it goes to this wolf heading out. Aaliyah goes to you. You are currently being dragged by the pant leg.
Is it really? I can't get up. Is it actually dragging me?
You can get up, yes.
I'm gonna get up. It's like, get off. That's mine.
Just kind of kick
Stand
it,
up.
it lets go, and you get
Yeah.
up.
Boop it in the nose. And I'll
Which you now break.
take. I'll like hiss and take a swipe at it with the kitten mittens. Scratch its nose with kitten mittens if we can.
Someone's a
those are
little
my
catty.
Kitten
Really?
mittens, attack.
Mixing it up like cats and dogs.
Attack. No, is that the attack roll? Did
I
it
don't know
go?
what you're doing.
It.
I don't
oh,
know. I clicked it. It didn't.
Check it
I
out.
don't think that's gonna hit.
14, that hits.
Oh, it does
It
damage.
does.
Scratch
Damage.
its nose.
And just give it a little scratchy on the nose, and you kill it.
No.
I'm just kidding.
it'd be hilarious. It would be hilarious if the only person here that killed one was Aaliyah.
It would have been funny. Yeah. Is that your turn, Alyssa?
Yeah.
Just like the stern no you gave off, you're like, no. This one is heading now. This one is also heading out of this place. If you would like combat to be over, it will become over.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
How far around the lake did we make it?
Far on the lake. You're
Yeah, around the lake.
you're in the pretty early stages so far.
Huh. Maybe I'll try that again as a dire wolf. That
could
might be
give it a
better.
shot.
Really an epiphany. We
You're
could
like-
sit on-
I turn into a yak again, and I'm like, oh shit, what's happening? Did someone say yak, 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 yak? Anyways,
What's your epiphany, Kiyoshi?
sorry, continue.
probably need the break. Could attune my stepping stones and we could pull by that instead of our sled. Or we could use the sled. I don't care. I love the sled.
The sled's great. Here's the thing. I mean, it's not that far. The sled would be so good, like you said, for carrying like an unconscious person.
We'd probably want
Back.
to
Make a
make it a bit better
Make a better
first,
sled.
but
Yeah. So maybe if we hide it somewhere so that we can find it again.
I
No, wait, because you probably want your ropes back. We'd have
I
to
do want my
dismantle it.
rope, yes.
back on the sled, everybody.
You're so fucking picky.
Say
I want those ropes.
if we're well, I one of my 2 ropes I have is like
My
from the drow.
ropes. My drow rope. I'm so sentimental about everything all the time, especially my ropes.
Hey, that shit's good quality. Let's be real.
It is silk rope. That's true.
How about while I drag you? I mean, I'm doing all the work here. You could probably take the time to like attune to the stones while I'm dragging you, right? I'm the one working.
I mean, if we're doing that, we may as well just take a break so I can take it apart anyways. I say we take this. I say we take the sled or we take it apart and take the stones. One or the other.
We could try that again when we can. This worked actually pretty well outside of the wolves showing up. So if we actually do have to drag an unconscious person all the way back across the desert, we can try to make another one. So.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
fair. We could
Why would
probably
we
spend a
need to
bit more
make
time.
another one? We find the one that we left.
Well,
Oh.
Because Shepard wants his rope.
But I'm
So
saying
Shepard
a
wants
different
his-
one for the.
Yeah, well, there's the ones we have with the camels. It's like it's a little ways to get to that one.
Oh, the one we left at the base of the mountains.
I mean, there's
The
one.
whole cart?
There's one up. There's a cart up in the mountains that his camel had. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, no. Yeah,
Oh, it's
maybe.
at the base.
I can't remember if he
Take it
brought
up.
his or not.
Didn't take Anches with us. Anches was at the base of the mountains.
Oh,
We
okay.
took ours with us.
We'll worry about that later. That's not
So
important
do
right
we
now.
Wanna, so we want to. What time of day is it?
Oh,
It says 10:24 on the clock. I
it's
don't know. if
not
that's accurate.
10:24 right now. Hey, don't pay attention to the clock
The clock?
because it doesn't matter. So there is a clock, yes, but it does only the dates matter. Only the date, and the
Oh.
date today is the 13th, April 13th. As you you look up at the sky, the sun seems to be a little bit past its zenith.
Okay. So we got a good bit left in the day that we could travel.
Yeah. So. Do we want to just continue with the sled as is, and then when we stop for the night, you can attune to the stones?
And I
And
could
then-
take apart this. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, because then I think it would just waste less in between time.
Sounds good to
You
me.
struggle to hold the sled as a dire wolf. I can like keep up.
Okay, I guess we can try that.
Okay.
Are we good though? We don't need to rest up or anything. We're good to go.
I'm fine.
Because we don't run into more wolves, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Maybe
Um,
don't run into the giant group of them.
You know what? It worked out just fine. They were
It
all
did,
distracted.
but-
I beat their snoots away. They were fine. Nobody died.
Fireball them.
Fireballed them twice.
I love the fact that Kyoshi said I beat their snoots.
They beat their snoots in. Dude, I
Okay,
fucking rummaged those snoots. Busted some snoots. Yes,
I will turn
Serious.
into a dire wolf then
very well.
and saddle up.
Sounds good. You trek along your way. Turning into a direwolf, you grab the rope into your mouth. Kind of you settle upon the the rocky venture once more before you
Lay down
Shepherd.
and hold on.
And pretty much. I'm surprised you managed to actually get up on that thing. Get up on that thing. Make me feel better. Anyways, it's time to get serious. So, you trek along your merry little trek, your popping little trek that you're trekking on, and you trek across the ice, which, luckily for you, is a shorter venture. It is getting to about nighttime, later stages of the day. No more incidents, fortunately. And then, as you get up to about, I'd say about 10 o'clock at night, the sun has definitely set by now, and it's pretty dark. Using what little light you can, kind of using that borderline between the ice and the tree line as a good guide. It has definitely helped you in the long run. Make your way. And, by nightfall, by about that 10 o'clock, you hit a wall. And it's not a wall of ordinary circumstance. You simply see, from a distance, a large white wall in front of you, towering up into the skies as you get closer. And as you finally reach the border of the wall, you see this contained cylindrical blizzard that seems to cut through the landscape around you, encircling the village ahead.
What? So we're not up against it yet. We just see this.
Like you're kind of
I
close.
would
Coming
say
up.
you're closing up on it, like you are
Yeah.
within 5 feet if you wish to be. You know, like it's that
yeah.
distinct of a line that as
Okay, yeah.
soon you can be either in it or out of it, and you can tell immediately if you are in or out of it.
Yeah. Just look up. Clear skies, clouds at the top. What's it look like all the way?
Very, very
Can you see
cloudy.
the end. Okay.
You see clouds. So
And it's like a wall
I'd
that kind of
stop.
wraps around some.
you can tell as you look to the right and left that it has a curvature to it. Yes. But though you are quite getting lost in the darkness that is befalling.
I think we found the edge that he was talking about here.
I'm gonna drop my form.
Break.
Do we
Well,
want to move closer to the tree line to settle down?
Yeah, that should.
sounds like a good idea.
Although, well, two of us might have to drag this, but I mean,
Yeah, it's gonna.
Yeah, I drug it all the way here, guys. Someone else's turn.
Fuck you guys.
says the person
I'll
who was a
grab the
large
rope.
creature.
It was easy when you were doing it.
Yeah, you got a nice, relaxing ride here.
I was definitely not relaxing.
No, or comfortable.
How bruised up are you?
A single bruise. My skin is pristine.
Flawless as ever.
Hmm. Look fantastic.
That's per usual. So, you all are kind of meeting the tree line here.
Yeah,
Affirmative?
we're heading towards the tree line.
Okay. There you are.
Is
You make your way towards the trees.
it super windy outside of like the area outside of the obvious blizzard?
You can feel some like residual wind in your area, though not anything too, I guess, thunderous, too brash against you.
I would probably grab a torch as we're walking to the woods, just because it's getting dark.
All right. Grab a torch and light it up as best you can. You can even notice like that half of the trees that are kind of peeking into this area are completely like frozen on a side. The rest of the tree is very much so dead. But the part that is frozen is almost pristinely so frozen solid.
Interesting. Unless you want to try to find a celestial in the middle of the night, I think. Might want to move a few feet away and take a rest.
Yeah, I agree with that.
God, I didn't. Okay.
Find a nice little snowbank and start digging.
Okay, yeah. The weather's pretty calm, honestly. Like I said, the wind seems to mostly be contained within that cylindrical blizzard. Doesn't seem to be much use for a bank tonight.
Okay. Well, we want to use what's around us to get a fire going. You do want me to take apart the sled? Yes, we'll use your stones next time. Okay. Then we could use that then probably for the some of the firewood then as well. And in that case, I'll take first watch, I guess.
And Alyssa?
Take 3 and 4.
Sorry, I'm just. Sorry, I was just reading a spell. What one's left?
Second.
Second? Alright, I'll take second then.
Okay. As first watch begins, make a perception check. Shepard.
Alrighty.
Check it out. I made a skidding Kiyoshi on the ice. It's not done yet, but I'm getting there.
Nice.
Just like that. So, with that, you look around, Shepard. Calm night. You don't even hear any animals near you. Not big nor small. It seems that many have evacuated this area. You don't see signs of burrows. You don't see signs of tracks. You are probably the first person in a long time
to be this close.
To be this close. That is your watch.
Yep. And I would also kind of be slowly taking apart the sled.
Okay, yes. That's going to be a bit of hard work, so you probably have to do that before your watch begins.
Okay.
It's not light activity, unfortunately. So, and that's not going to be insanely difficult. It took you an hour to put it together. You're essentially undoing knots, which should take you about 15 to 30 minutes to do.
Okay, sounds good.
Taking something apart's a lot easier than putting something together.
Almost always.
Yeah. So, you could probably do that in the morning, or you could have done that earlier. It doesn't matter. But we'll say that it's unbraided, and it's you have left the branches, which are a bit worn out by now, having skidded along ice. There, a lot of the thistles on it have fallen off of it, and it's mostly branches along its tail end now. Again, not exquisitely put together, but I guess it
functioned.
Infuriatingly functioned.
guessing
So-
I didn't have a low DC on that one either.
No, you did not.
Yeah, that was
When
funny,
you roll
though.
a 27, what are you gonna do? I mean, because like part of me as a DM, let's pause. Let's talk about this. So, there's a part of me as a DM that wants to find things in reality. I get that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other things that fall to a rule of cool. That's cool too. This was the fact that the DC was relatively high because it was so unreal. Like if you were like,
Yeah.
I want to spend 4 hours on it, I would be like, that's so much more reasonable. But you lowballed me at 1 hour, which is the part that made me mad.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you rolled really high for it.
Yeah.
And the DC was DC 24. Which means if you didn't have that D4,
I would have
you
barely
would've-
met it.
you would have barely met it still, but you would have
Yeah.
you would have not made me as mad. So know that I encourage creativity,
Hmm.
but you can't lowball me at 1 hour to make a sled, guys. You know, I get you're on a time frame thing, but understand if you gave me 12 branches and rope and you told me to tie a sled together, I could do it in an hour. But boy,
Yeah.
it's not going to be holding together for more than the day maximum. Even if I was a fine knot tire, which apparently Shepard's a fucking G at. So, please keep being creative, awesome people, because I love it. But also, fuck you, I guess is the message I'm trying to send. I
Yeah.
loved it. It's a love-hate relationship. It really is. Every time. I want you to be creative. Be creative. Rule of cool will always come into play. Just also be reasonable, please. Don't be like, I want to fart
Yeah.
to the moon, you know?
Give me
It's not gonna fucking happen.
Give me 17 nat 20s in a row, and you will somehow end up on the moon, away from everybody else with no way back.
It's true. Also knowing that enraging your DM and still succeeding makes him mad enough to send a wolf pack after you. So with that is the end of your watch, Shepard.
Okay. It is Aaliyah's turn.
Hey, Aaliyah, you are stricken awake by Shepard. Warmed by the fire, you hunker up in your sleeping bag and kind of lean against a tree. Bag still up. It's still pretty cold around here, but the wind is less pervasive as usual. Please roll a perception check. Okay. Out of the corner of your eye, you see it. A gandering pair of eyes watching above. Almost curious in nature.
Like in the sky above? all
In the
way.
sky, in the clouds. Very far away.
Ah.
Almost strucken as an outline in the moonlight that you very narrowly mistook for a shadow of a cloud. But you now see it. For but a moment.
I'd like do a little head nod, a little bow, kind of, and then just
Do a little bow. Is that all?
I was gonna say most of my watch I was just gonna be looking to the sky, looking to see if I catch a glimpse of anything. Other than that, I might.
I ruined it for you.
No, that's exactly what it was. Yeah. Other than that, just observing the weird way that time's warped nature on back and forth on that line.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it's. You look around. You can see like a very pristine frozen rabbit inside the blizzard, within like the first 5 feet, about 20 feet away from your current position, just almost like frozen in a pounce per se. Its head, its body like half buried in the snow. You basically see a set of ears and a foot that's a little heightened, as well as the back part of its back that's frozen into this. You can tell like thick ice, like it's at least 1 inch to 2 inches thick, and it spikes upwards. On another note, I made Leah in a sleeping bag.
Aw,
Anyways,
Oh.
cute.
they're very shitty sketches that I'm doing on the fly, but long story short, giving me ideas to draw later. So, with that, anything else, Aaliyah? Any questions, insights you want to look around, investigate?
I kind of want to take like a if there's a branch with leaves at all, I kind of want to toss something through the force field and see what
Sure.
happens. I don't
Yeah.
want to touch this thing, but I kind of want to just toss something and see what happens.
Okay. You find a lonely stick on the ground.
I'll go up about like 10 feet away from the barrier
Mhm.
and I'll throw the stick at the barrier.
Okay. You throw the stick in, watching carefully as it flings through the air, does a couple flips, and sticks into the ground. Kind of that snow is thicker in this area, and it rises another foot above the snow that you have currently kind of tossed it in, sticking almost straight into the ground. You see
So
that
it went,
it went into the barrier, yes. How long are you watching this?
maybe just like 5 minutes. I might glance back at it every once in a while as I'm just like observing. Like maybe 5 minutes of looking at it and then just maybe glance back once or twice throughout the rest of the watch.
In the first minute, not a lot has kind of happened to it. A little snow has built up on it. Within the second minute, you notice that more snow has now built up on it. The third minute, more snow. It's almost basically blanketed in this white, sidewinded by the wind that is rushing this whiteness into it. This fourth minute, it begins to almost turn a shade of light blue. Within the fifth minute, it is kind of turning that more bluish hue. As you kind of give up and stop looking at it, about 15 minutes later, you look back at it, and it is this pure shade of blue with those icicles kind of sticking out of the side of it. It is basically encased in ice.
But the rabbit was also, you said, like just everything over there kind of looks like that.
Encased in ice, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's the rest of the shift. Like the shift is just looking around, observing
Okay.
stuff.
And looking around, yeah, that's about all you see for the time being.
I go wake up Kiyoshi then.
Sir
whenever
Yoshi.
it's that time.
I'm awake.
Why'd you say that in a southern accent?
It's
I'm awake. Howdy, partner.
Evil
Gun and
Tyrion's
gob.
Evil Tyrion's personality has invaded.
Yeah.
Just take on the personality of every lost team member.
Oh Lord!
I love it.
Okay.
Though someone would argue that Shepard and aren't really the same character, and I would say, no, they're fucking not. Anyways, I'm just kidding. No, they're different. I'm sorry.
Shepard's a hell of a lot older.
He's cool.
Why does it
Arn
always
was
come back to
lame.
age?
I just-
Age is
It's
not
always the
everything.
age.
Arn had seen a
Yeah,
lot of
it is
shit for his
everything.
age.
Listen, 400 and something year old lady. You can say that because you're old.
Hey, you're
Is Kiyoshi the youngest one?
yes, you are.
Right now. I mean, Mr. Colton was actually the youngest, but he was
Yep.
like the quote unquote oldest out of all of you.
Nobody ever corrected him.
So it's true. It's true. No one ever did. Because, I mean, Aaliyah never knew. Kiyoshi doesn't want to start that shit. And Shepard is just reserved. So, with that, Kiyoshi, make a perception check. Are you doing anything during this rest?
And I unattune to the limit breaker and attune to my
Stepping stones?
stepping stone.
You absolutely may. When you actually attune to something and you already have maximum attunements, it forces you to unattune to something for free. You don't have to spend the hour to unattune to something.
I didn't know if I could pick what I unattune to is the thing.
You do get a pick, yes.
Under normal circumstances.
Under normal circumstances. So
Okay.
you attune to the stepping stones, unattuned to the limit breaker. You are, anything else for your watch?
I'm gonna pull out one of my pieces of silverware.
Okay.
I'll pull out another golden spoon.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it up towards my neck and be like, I'm sorry I haven't fed you in a couple days. It's been a little hectic to bleb.
It's not a pleasant noise.
I believe that classifies as goldware. Excuse you.
Oh. Anything else, Kiyoshi?
I'm just gonna pat Blep. Look at Blep's eyes. What color are his like little beady eyes?
They're a purplish blue hue.
Has it, from what I can tell, lightened or any since Colton used it?
Oh, well, they were blue when Colton used it, and then at the end of that time, they turned red.
Okay. I'm seeing how this is going. Okay, Blep. I got you. That's my turn then. Yeah, that's all I want to do.
Okay. Sounds good. And so, you are all currently kind of next to this loud blizzard. That's what it actually sounds like if you were wondering. However, in the contemporary of being players in a game, I can soften it for you. Or else I would be like, guys, So, you awaken. Blizzard next to you. Still there. Clouds hanging above your head. Frozen trees. Mostly snow on the areas that aren't blizzarded over. Higher snow, about 1.5 feet in this area. Any scattering snow outside of that cylinder seems to pile in the area that you're in a little bit, but you seem to have found a low spot. What do you do as you wake up?
Start cleaning up camp, eat some breakfast, and discuss what we're doing, I guess.
Please do.
I can probably find a way up. I don't know what you guys want to do while I'm trying to talk to the Chiron.
I was thinking at least one of us maybe come up with you, depending on how you were planning on going up.
Well, in the interest of being able to still speak a language, I don't know what all a Chiron can understand. But I could go up using a spell. I could give myself the ability to fly, essentially, for a short amount of time, 10 minutes, or I could summon an air elemental, which would last an hour to carry me up there. But
Don't mind
those
going
are
a
the
little-
two things I was thinking. Huh?
Don't mind going a little slow. I do have these
Stones.
If you are both interested in also being part of this conversation, I guess we can do that. If you have other things you wish to discuss with the Chiron. And I imagine it might want something from us in exchange.
Should be good to discuss.
As a group.
Yeah.
How high up is this wall looking? It's
To the clouds.
To the clouds. Because I don't know if there's like if the Chiron has like a solid thing to stand up there, if it even needs something like that. I don't think it probably does. So unless you guys can fly, the stepping stones might be the only way to get us all reliably up there.
At the very least, I'd be interested in following, albeit a bit slower after, on the stepping stones if you don't want to take them.
We can take
Well,
them.
spend the spell slot and go faster.
We can take them. If it seems like they're not gonna cut it, though, I might use a spell.
We may want to do it a few more feet further away from the wall just in case somebody were to fall.
Yeah. And if someone does fall, like I said, I've got those spells. I can wild shape you guys. Okay? You'll have ways of saving yourselves if you fall.
I prefer not to, but yes, I can stop myself from falling.
Well, let's just stay close together, because I could always also try to polymorph someone if they fell. But
Sounds good to
Okay.
me. And I mean, if we're using the stones, we have to stay close together regardless.
About where... Was there, like, a specific point that I kind of saw it, like, a cloud that seems to be stationary, that, like, where I
No.
saw the eyes? No? Okay.
Simply in the
Then-
moonlight above.
Then I guess let's just head up.
Okay. You each take a stepping stone, I assume.
I think so, yeah.
This experimental way. Imagine standing on a stone
I'm
that
not
is
standing.
raising or
Sit.
crisscrossing on a stone that is being raised to the clouds
It would be weird.
at about a speed of about 10 feet every 6 seconds, just for all of the stones to move, you know? I'm not going to do the shit where it's 30 feet, 30 feet, 30 feet. We're just going to say that
Average
over the
it.
course of 6 seconds, we're doing 10 feet, all of them at the time. And they slowly raise up, and you get a vast view of the landscape above. I just need wisdom saving throws out of everyone.
Oh boy.
Okay. So, Shepard, you just meet the DC. Aaliyah, Kiyoshi, you guys basically hit sudden panic as your heart begins to race, or your absence of heart, maybe your diagnostics go off, telling you that this is very dangerous to be slowly raising yourself to the clouds on about a 5-foot stone, and that it essentially, if you weren't afraid of heights, like, it doesn't matter, because this would be enough to make anyone scared. And I think it's only through the facet that Shepard has reliably reassured himself that he is safe because he can fly, that has saved him in the end. Aaliyah, you're unsure. You feel like you can, but at the same time, if you fall, you're unsure if you'll be able to cast it in time or wild shape reassurably by focusing into your wild shape. Because when panic starts to take hold, you're very frantic about doing stuff. Kiyoshi, now, like, your diagnostics are essentially saying, like, your servos cannot keep up with a fall this high. That if you were to hit the ground, you're probably going to damage one of your limbs. Take that as you will for now, as you keep rising through the air. And up and up and up you go.
Kiyoshi, these are stable, right?
Totally.
These are...
I mean, we've had two people
have
on
you done
one
this
before.
We've done this before, okay.
This not this high though. Never quite been this high.
As you keep
Okay,
rising,
just look up.
actually, up's a bad way to look if you don't want to disorientate yourself.
I don't want to look down.
Just
When you
look at your
look up,
stone.
your equilibrium gets fucked up. I mean, look up right now, like
Yeah.
you lose a little bit of your balance.
I'm just gonna focus on like the city tower. Focus
Okay.
on that in the distance.
Keep raising up, and man, what a fucking sight. Because although you can't really see through the blizzard in front of you, which basically looks like a large white wall, with parsing in it for you to kind of look a couple feet in. You rise up and up and up, and eventually the cloud line is something you meet as you make your way up through the clouds, eventually lying just above the clouds where the stones seem to settle on the top of these clouds they hold there. It takes a good while for you to get up there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, how high are clouds off the ground?
Thousands of feet.
A couple
Depends.
thousand. Yeah. Higher level clouds occur about 20,000 feet. So let's do some.
It's blizzard
let's
clouds. They're
see.
usually going to be... Storm clouds are lower usually, but...
Altitude about 6,500 feet. So over the course of
Shit in my pants over here.
650 rounds, which is 650 times 6 seconds divided by 60. Over the course of about an hour and 5 minutes, you guys are steadily raising, looking around the landscape, and just rising slowly, like an elevator, you could say.
It's actually... I actually thought it was going to take longer than that. Not gonna lie.
No. That's about an hour and 5 minutes. As you rise and slowly and steadily make your way up to the top of the clouds. And as you look around, it's just silent. I mean, like this puresque kind of stillness in the air. The levitating stones linger just up to the clouds where you can see kind of the cloud almost still kind of wraps on the levitating stone just a little bit. And up in this air, the kind
kind of hovering, just very slowly. This gentle up and down and up and down. You make your way to the top of this cloudscape.
I'm honestly impressed that you've been like, yeah, we can't go any higher.
I mean, theoretically, you could probably just keep going until you run out of oxygen if you need that sort of thing.
You're into that.
But I don't think we're that high yet.
Beats that. You're probably lightheaded as for sure.
Fuck did Kyoshi go?
I've
Well,
done
You
it's
might
just-
be, to be honest. It's
I've
not
done-
actually that high that you start running into oxygen problems.
I've done I've like walked across an island at
You-
twice this height.
I can't hear you, Shepard.
Everybody else hear me fine?
I hear I'm fine.
You know, I've like walked across an island at twice this elevation before.
There we go. Got all your tokens now. Looks like Aaliyah is gone. Leah.
On with the
Shit.
wind.
She's back. Everyone stop making fun of her.
What?
What? We were just talking about you.
Really?
So, how are you doing, Alyssa? I mean, you know, you're just so you. Anyways,
No response.
I think she hates me now. Oh. Oh.
And just imagine Kiyoshi's like
Hello?
head screaming, like,
Hello.
Hey,
"Go down,
Alyssa,
love,
how's
go
it
down,
going?
love."
Hi. I thought I was here, and then everyone froze again, and now I think I'm back.
It's probably because you turned on your camera. It kind of freezes you up for a
Yeah.
hot second. Don't know why.
Mm.
So, you make your way to the cloudscape above. Looking across at this vast sky, you very well see kind of that cylinder of darkened clouds that you have risen through. It almost seems like the storm clouds kind of coalesce and wrap around each other, almost latching out and grabbing clouds from the surrounding areas, kind of rushing into this central location. No tendrils per se, but you can tell, like almost like these rings are formed around that main cylinder, and those clouds almost seem to slowly over time be reverse rippling back into that main center. We're in the clouds.
What's the Chiron's name again?
I got this. I was just on it. Hold on.
So this is your time, Aaliyah.
Yep. Yep. Hold on. I got it.
Knew it. Thinking out too much to remember.
We've come to speak with Kovzius Torchasti.
You look around. You gaze this beautiful landscape. Make a perception check. Also, are you yelling that? Are you just saying it? Are you whispering it? Are you thinking it? What's that?
I'm speaking it kind of like loudly, but I'm not screaming it.
Like you're announcing your presence, but not,
Yeah.
yelling.
Yeah.
Did you want just Aaliyah for perception?
It would be nice, yes.
Okay.
So, you gaze around and almost in a weird way. This strange environment. You see a darting cloud. You don't see the figure itself. You only see the tendril ripped from the clouds of speed, something of very fast flicking out of the cloud and into another. Your eyes dart to the right. Another one. To another cloud. Hopping. In these arcs. Very slight arcs through the sky. Another one. Too fast for the eyes to follow. And too random. You don't know where the next one's gonna happen, and then all of a sudden, another one pops to your left. You hear this faint galloping, getting closer. This trekking of hooves through the sky, surrounding you. It moves around underneath you for a second before straight through the middle of you, this blinding speed. A cylinder of clouds shoots up from its trail. Right above you. Into the sky, into the clouds hanging over your heads. You hear it as it speaks to you. Hello, child.
Hello. Like, bow my head.
Bow your head and fall off the stone.
I was like, I'm not bowing up. Whoosh.
You,
Whoosh.
you greet it as you bow a little. And what business might you have here today?
I've come seeking your aid with healing someone very important to me.
Takes a lot to specifically find someone such as myself. And frankly, apologize to say, love, that I don't suppose you would have found me at all if I didn't make myself apparent before you.
I got that sense one back up at the top of the mountains.
I love. So, what is it exactly that you need from me?
A bit of blood.
Adam? Not every day that someone comes around and asks for your ichor.
My mentor is very ill. She's been losing the ability to walk, to cast, just slowly falling apart, and she said that this would help.
Well, not to say that I've not been hunted before, but you lot seem to be quite interesting, sort peculiar in a sense. Of course, got to ask. Why exactly did you kill that man on that mountaintop?
We were both seeking the fruit. She's like getting a little shaky about that. To help cure people that we cared about, and neither of us was willing to back down.
And what was he trying to cure?
He said he needed it to cure an illness plaguing his town, his people.
And what were you trying to cure?
My mentor.
Rather peculiar indeed.
I think it means more than even Aaliyah here knows, honestly.
What exactly, love?
It would be important for Aaliyah and her mentor, obviously, but also everyone her mentor is trying to aid, and the people that we aim to save with her. I mean, I've heard of another of your brethren near Koketzel as well.
Right there.
And I'm sure you know some of the evil that grows there, which we hope to stop, but her
Right,
mentor
yeah.
has been important to us, and yeah, helped a lot of people, I think. Seems like a good person.
So, you're telling me that the life of one on to do much good for the many is worth more than a dozen or so lives?
I mean, what about the chance to stop thousands, hundreds of thousands of deaths? Even anything we can do within reason to improve that chance of saving as many as we can.
And so, there comes the conundrum then, there, love. The life of one who is unassured to save many more important than the lives of, say, dozens or hundreds or thousands immediately? Is the assured grasp of goodness better or worse than the grasp of chance to someone who can do much more good over time? I'd like you to answer that question for me, please.
It's a very hard question to answer.
Righto it is. And that question specifically seems to be directed at Aaliyah.
I figured.
Leah speaking, or am I just?
No, I literally just had a little panic and everything just I've had this kind of discussion with people before, so I know I have like a thought, but it just all just
Yeah, I would even say in character wise, you are like freaking out not only from standing so tall and in this thin air, but also just like breathing very
a moral
heavily.
dilemma,
So
basically.
yeah,
you're in a moral dilemma, exactly.
because there isn't like a right answer to that. Regardless, no one's life, the nice answer is no one's life is better than anyone else's. I just
Are you
know
saying
that,
this in
like,
character? Or are you saying this as
She's saying it
Melissa?
out. She's like think out loud. She's saying it out loud. She's like thinking out loud, essentially.
Sure.
I just know that, like, that in my own heart, I needed to do this. I needed to save my mentor. I don't know about the bigger picture in that regard. I've always thought that, you know, the lives of more people should take precedence. And if what they're saying is true, my mentor can help, but I don't honestly know in the grand scheme. It doesn't feel right what I did to get that fruit. But I know my mentor can help. I know my mentor has done great things in the past and will keep doing them if given the chance, and that she's been training me to take up that mantle after. If I can save her, I would do anything. And I would dedicate my time also to saving more people.
Just a bit of silence overhead. Just, you can almost feel the tension. It's palpable. And almost like whatever you just said, Kosius seems to be digesting. A minute goes by. Right then, love. Who's to say? In the grand scheme, if saving more or saving less. Because in the grand scheme of, if you are good and you are following your heart, you may do no wrong. It's not to say that every celestial is all good or all bad. Will tend to be a good mix. Though, in your eyes, I suppose that means that to plain dwellers, we are good. Because we all follow deep what is in our hearts, and we know what is right. And although if you had killed that man out of jealousy or rage, then this conversation never really would have been happening. But I felt the grief. I felt the pain. And I watched you work on that man and keep his sacred life sacred for the time that you did. I buried him because in some sense, that tree's where he really belonged. And I've not much power to bring him back, although I wish I could. And I felt as though your suggestion of reincarnation probably would have made things a little difficult for me. As well as it's a slippery slope, that spell. But I felt your care. Felt your love and your hate, your discomfort. Every step, I was there looking down because the emotion you emanated was as a sense in the air, something I could feel or be drawn towards. In that same sense, I knew I would give you a chance. Love. However, in some way, tit for tat, I'll also have to ask you a favor. You see that wall down there? That's mighty pervasive one. And I've been trying for the last 5 years to get through it. Whatever it is, it seems, if I ever try to get through it, that I'm banished back to my home plane. It seems whatever's on it seems to be some kind of banishment of good and evil, or protection from good and evil. Draws me away, love. And I feel that someone, this lot that you are with, as well as yourself, might do better inside than I would. Once the area this land is dealt with is cleansed of whatever is causing this ruckus, I feel I'd be a lot more comfortable with sharing a bit of my ego with you. And I know what you're thinking. It's dangerous in there. But I've seen you prove yourself around with you and your friends here. And I believe that if you're even able to get up to the top and distract whatever's up there a little enough to break the spell, that I might be able to swoop in and help you. It might take me a hot second, but I'd be able to help you eventually. And then I think we'd both be happy now, wouldn't we, love? And we'd be doing a lot of good for a lot of people immediately. We'd be doing a lot of good for a lot of people in the future as well.
Is this wall different from what's keeping them from turning the people inside?
Could you rephrase the question?
This wall, it's separate from what's stopping the kitsunes inside from transforming the rest of the way?
It's it is not the cause of the plague that had happened many years ago here. However, it is the cause for freezing over the kitsune, and it's also the cause for a number of snow golems that seem to have infested the area from the hopeless, that have succumbed to their frozen nature. However, with my blessing, I feel that you, as long as you don't spend too long in there, should be safe.
You said we need to get to, like, the center or the top within the city?
Yes, in the Emperor's Palace, on the 5th floor, which is the top floor, seems to be the source of it all. I don't know what it is for the life of me, but I know it's well guarded. And you can't fly up there, for if you try, you'll be struck down down by lightning. So I'm not talking a single string of lightning. I'm talking a fierce strike.
So dropping from the top is not a good idea.
Certainly not. Unfortunately, I would have tried by now, and I have, but once you take a few shots of lightning and get banished to your home plane again, I gotta tell you, it's not exactly your Sunday cup of tea.
I could imagine not.
I saw what the spell does to things that enter its field. Within 15 minutes, it froze over something. Is there a way to slow that?
I think you were crying when I mentioned it, love.
I'm sorry.
I can protect you. I can grant you my blessing, which will protect you from the environment for, I would say, no more than 24 hours.
Okay.
Which means that you better rest up, be ready to go, and you better be ready to get into a few scraps as well.
Thank you for the chance.
Righto, love. I hope we are in agreement here. Yes?
I believe so.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Do you,
Kyoshi.
Yoshi.
I imagine Kyoshi agrees, but
Yoshi shaking his head, yes.
So she's just like
And,
trying to fight off the beep 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 beep.
Oh, that's funny.
warnings. So, as descending from the cloud, almost like the hair of this creature itself is made of this wisping, long, cloud-like material that seems to siphon into this hair. A large horn stems from its head with these long ears that draw back. The one you are looking at is this golden, beautiful Kyric with these golden hooves. And it meets you just above the clouds. It, from what you can tell, it has its horns, or its hooves kind of back. And it almost floats and just hovers in the air where you are. And looks down upon you. You can see a single light kind of moving, emanating. The clouds over your head seem to turn for just a moment. Light coalesces to the tip of the horn. Shoots off. And it spindles down as it curves and draws downwards. It splits into 3 shining lights. Again, twisting and wrapping around each other, leaving trails before they spread apart, drawing towards you. Touch your chest. You see as this thin layer of energy floats above just the surface of your skin. This wall of just film. This, it feels like you're floating for but a few seconds. Get goosebumps. Just kind of hear, just Roddo, love. You've 24 hours.
Thank
Be
you.
ready, and good luck to you. Bless you. and just in the quickest and flashiest of movements, just straight into the cloud. You manage to catch it just a little bit, just the tail end of this creature that darts into a cloud. You can see it impact 100 feet away into the cloud, and a shootout of this tendril of the cloud on the other side, as you see it make these large arcing gallops in the sky, trailing away. And as you all slowly float down, back down to the wall, over the course of the next hour, you get to about 10:30 in the morning. And you are ready to enter the city of Tsukumo, the frozen city. Stopped in time and lost of hope. That is where we will end the session tonight.